Okay, here we go. Hello, good morning, and welcome to the SoCalGas Research, Development, and Demonstration Program's 2020 workshop. My name is John Meissner from a company called Momentum. We work with innovators across a diverse spectrum of organizations to help them design, develop, and deploy their clean energy solutions at scale. And the SoCalGas RD&D team has asked us to facilitate this workshop on their behalf. Ordinarily, the workshop would be in person and have plenty of room for interaction. But given the webinar-only format, the Rdnd team is at the ready, listening and recording your questions so they are able to respond to those I may not know the answer to. A few notes before we get started. Each topical session concludes with time for questions and comments. There will be a dedicated 30-minute session at the end of the day for questions and comments not addressed earlier. This webinar is being recorded, and the recording will be made available after the workshop. Please submit questions and comments using the GoToMeeting questions box to your right. And if you would like to make a comment verbally, please raise your hand using the GoToMeeting controls. If called upon, we are limiting responses to 1 minute as a courtesy to others who would like to provide comments. You can always provide comments in writing too. Participants are encouraged to provide written comments after the workshop, and these written comments should be submitted by Friday, May 1st to rddinfo@socalgas.com. Again, that's rddinfo@socalgas.com. Okay, today's webinar has 3 major objectives, and the content will be broken up into 9 topic areas. The first objective is to provide results from 2019. The second objective is to give an update on 2020. And the third objective is to seek input for 2021. The results from 2019 will cover an overview of the RD&D program and its structure. 2020 will focus on status and changes. And the input we are seeking for 2021 will cover the development process for the RD&D plan, as well as each of the RD&D program areas listed here. So that's low carbon resources, clean transportation, clean generation, customer end use, and gas operations. The objectives and topic areas are fit into the agenda as you can see here. The first section goes until 11 a.m. and will consist of 2 topics. The first covers results from 2019, the 2020 update, and the development process for the RD&D plan. The second topic will be the first of 5 deep dives into each program area. Starting at 11:15, section 2 begins with a look at the clean transportation program area, which will be followed by clean generation. A 45-minute lunch will be followed by customer end use applications, which will be followed by gas operations. We'll finish the day with a quick wrap up, followed by 30 minutes dedicated to questions and comments. Please take a few seconds to look at the agenda in case you would like to exit and enter, depending on the topic areas. Okay, let's begin with the RD&D overview and structure. SoCalGas is a partner in the fight against climate change, and its RD&D program supports this fight through cutting-edge innovation and technology development. The RD&D program's vision is to foster breakthrough innovation for clean energy technology, and its mission is to develop energy solutions that are affordable, reliable, and increasingly renewable. The vision and mission lead into the goals for SoCalGas RD&D, which is focused on identifying, testing, and developing new products and technologies for the gas delivery system that reduce GHG emissions, maintain or improve safety and reliability, and increase the affordability of energy. The Rdnd program is structured into 5 program areas. First, there is low carbon resources for supply, which leads into gas operations for transmission, distribution, and storage. From here, the program divides end-use equipment into clean transportation, clean generation, and customer end-use applications. Now, a quick note here, some of the content may be difficult to read, so please ask questions or refer to the recording, or as you can note in the controls, the presentation is made available to all attendees, which you can download from the GoToMeeting webinar controls. So we've described a vision for fostering breakthrough innovation in clean energy technology, a mission to develop energy solutions that are affordable, reliable, and increasingly renewable, and goals around GHG emissions reductions, safety and reliability, and affordability. So how do we get there? Well, the Rdnd program has 4 approaches. They want to utilize their significant resources and capabilities, implement a rigorous project selection process, leverage complementary and supplementary programs, and foster key collaborations. Let's take a look at each of these. First, let's take a look at these significant resources and capabilities. SoCalGas is the largest gas distribution utility in the US with more than 21 million customers, which puts them in the driver's seat for understanding the needs of suppliers, vendors, and end users. This is a critical first step in being able to identify opportunities for research that truly have value and potential for impact. They also bring their own expertise, which includes expertise in energy, environmental policy, project management, industrial engineering, chemistry, pipeline design, biofuels, and more. And as we'll see in more detail later, their long list of collaborators lets them expand on their own facilities, expertise, and funding. Ultimately, these resources and capabilities, combined with unique access up and down the value chain, provide a launching off point for excellence in RD&D. The Rdnd team takes a rigorous approach to selecting projects to support. Public Utilities Code 740.1 provides core guidance for project selection, including requirements to select projects where a customer benefit is reasonably probable and minimizing unnecessary duplication of efforts by other research organizations. The Rdnd team expands on this, looking for a strong team with access to facilities and resources, opportunities to leverage outside funding, alignment with the Rdnd priorities like policy drivers, corporate drivers, and stakeholder feedback. And affordability is always a priority, but it's even more important and significant right now during this pandemic. Expanding on this affordability angle, again leveraging their position as an leveraging their position as an operating utility, SoCalGas Rdnd can also prioritize projects based on real-time inputs and opportunities to provide value to existing and future customers. Process-wise, the Rdnd team likes to stay nimble, with rolling admissions for project selection that lets them jump on new opportunities as they arise. The ability to move fast is further bolstered by maintaining a large and growing pipeline of potential projects and collaborators. SoCalGas Rdnd is also opportunistic in how it identifies opportunities to complement and supplement outside research efforts, which we are about to learn more about. SoCalGas Rdnd projects complement and supplement Rdnd programs at other research organizations by identifying and addressing gaps they may not be able to support. Specifically, this means amplifying the efforts of others by, for example, continuing successful projects after funding runs out to drive them to commercial success. This can also mean leveraging other sources of funding to co-fund projects with collaborators. For example, projects that require multiple sponsors for success. And the Rdnd program also targets gaps in other research programs. For example, SoCalGas Rdnd funds projects at every stage of development, whereas other organizations or specific funding opportunities may not do this. Another related advantage from this focus on supplementing other research programs is that the Rdnd program can work outside the state of California, bringing the best ideas from everywhere to find solutions for their ratepayers. SoCalGas Rdnd works with a long list of collaborators, including research consortia, universities, collaborative research organizations, national laboratories, businesses, and subject matter experts. SoCalGas Rdnd develops strong relationships with each of its collaborators, often identifying ways to support their fundraising efforts as a project participant or provider of matching funds. The appendix to this workshop includes a longer list of collaborators if you're interested. But in summary, taking all of these key components together, the Rdnd program meets its vision, mission, and goals through significant resources and capabilities, a rigorous project selection process, complementary and supplementary programs, and strong relationships with key collaborators. Now, we have invited 3 of these collaborators to provide some voices from the lab. So we will be unmuting each speaker in turn so they can present a few minutes of content. You can see the speakers here on the slide. Up first, we have Joe Impuliti from the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And Matt, I will drive the slides, and Joe, I will drive the slides, but if we can unmute.
Okay. All right, my name is Joe Impuliti. I'm with the South Coast AQMD Technology Advancement Office. We established this office back in 1988, and what we do is co-fund projects to develop, demonstrate, and commercialize clean air technologies. Our program organization is made up of 2 groups, the Technology Demonstration Group, which I oversee, and we fund research, development, demonstration, and deployment projects of clean air technology that will result in cleaner air. We have 100 ongoing projects, or more than 100 ongoing projects right now, and many of those we collaborate with SCG on that. The other group is our Tech Implementation Group, and what they do is apply incentives to commercial technologies. We just completed our 2019 annual report and 2020 plan update and submitted them to the legislature in March. South Coast and SoCalGas collaborate on clean transportation technology development. Next slide. SoCalGas has been a long-time clean air project partner for South Coast AQMD. SCG is flexible, supportive, and shares many of our common goals with the South Coast. The partnership directly resulted in the availability of many technologies, such as the near zero NOx engine. South Coast has partnered with SCG, the California Energy Commission, and others on the market acceleration and certification of the first near zero NOx medium and heavy duty engines manufactured by Cummins Westport. Both of us together continued our partnership in 2019 in funding the conversion of the newest Ford 7.3 liter engines to operate on compressed natural gas. To continue the drive, additional natural gas vehicle penetration to remove barriers, both South Coast and SoCalGas is funding the West Virginia University to perform a comparative vehicle maintenance cost study between natural gas and diesel vehicles in the South Coast Air Basin. Both of us together also funding some ongoing demonstration projects to explore the future capability of advanced CNG powertrain. In addition to low NOx engine development, we both are teaming up to support a CNG range extended project with BAE Kenworth for a CNG drayage truck. As part of our Department of Energy project, Zero Emission Cargo Transport. Our partnership also explores the emissions impact of CNG trucks, a real world part of a multiple year large in-use emission activity and fuel usage study. More recently, both South Coast and SoCalGas has together started to explore hydrogen natural gas fuel blends and its effect on emissions and performance on the latest engines to support the latest renewable and low carbon fuel initiatives. Next slide. Cngvp, the South Coast AQMD Commercial Zero Emission Vehicle Roadmap, is another example of our forward-looking efforts together with SoCalGas to commercialize clean technology. Other areas that we've explored are also demonstration of pyrolysis technology for separation and refining system. The objective is to convert waste biomass into renewable transportation fuels, such as renewable natural gas or renewable hydrogen. Project with UCR supports the establishment of a Center of Renewable Natural Gas, which will study and research key renewable natural gas production technologies in demonstration scale. Another collaborative that we partnership on is the Cngvp Partnership, which advances the information and role that natural gas vehicles play with respect to fuel security and air quality. And then a project with UCI assesses the emissions impact of renewable fuel blending in natural gas system. These are some of the examples of how we work together with SoCalGas for common interests and goals and objectives. And that concludes my brief overview of what we do together. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Joe. Much appreciated. And we will move on to our next voice from the lab. So next up, we have Kevin Harrison from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the nation's only national laboratory dedicated to renewable energy, energy efficiency, and related fields. Kevin, we will unmute you and let you get after it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
I sure can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I feel honored, first off, to be able to share a few thoughts, not only regarding the technology that we've been pursuing with Southern California Gas Company, but also the experience in working with the team from SoCalGas. As mentioned, my name is Kevin Harrison. I work at the National Renewable Energy Lab in Denver, Colorado. And over the past 15 years, my primary focus has been on the production of hydrogen from renewable electricity sources like wind and solar. So this project, which came to our energy systems integration facility, which has only been open perhaps for about 6 years now, was an exciting opportunity for me to utilize the hydrogen experience and research we've conducted to take the next step, really. The co-PI for this project who works at NREL is Nancy Dow. She's a microbiologist. So it's a two-step process where I focus on the hydrogen, and she really looks after these self-replicating single-celled organisms that recycle CO2 into methane. Our primary contact at Electrica is Doris Hoffenbradel, who's shown in the picture below, cutting the ribbon with Ron Kent. She's their CTO, and Electrica owns the rights to the methanogen, basically the organism that conducts step 2, and also the processes to run the bioreactor. And finally, also shown in the picture, our primary point of contact at SoCalGas is Ron Kent, who's not only been a great source of vision for this project, but also been a great collaborator overall. And that picture in the lower left is from August 2019 at a dedication ceremony for the bioreactor in the background. It's a high pressure reactor where our research focus at NREL is really on hydrogen mass transfer. How do we get these gases to the organisms so they can do the conversion? Next slide. Thank you. As mentioned, it's a two-step process, and step 1 is making hydrogen. And this project really encompasses 2 major initiatives at NREL that are perfectly aligned with this biomethanation project. First off, DOE, NREL, and other national labs have come together to promote this idea of hydrogen at scale. So in the US, we may not know it, but we use about 10 million metric tons of hydrogen a year to make things like ammonia and upgrade oil to gasoline. And this hydrogen at scale initiative promotes the idea of large scale, low carbon hydrogen production to help decarbonize these industries that consume hydrogen. Secondly, on the right, the electrons to molecules initiative at NREL aims to move low carbon electricity, so from the left, electricity sources into other sectors of the economy by producing various chemicals and fuels like ammonia and natural gas. Biomethanation is the 2-step process shown here that produces pipeline quality natural gas using a biological process, using organisms that convert CO2 and hydrogen into methane. So we take advantage of this existing natural gas network, and it really helps. It will help. This process could help SoCalGas achieve its goal of providing 20% RNG by 2030. And we're using CO2 waste streams like wastewater treatment plants, landfills, dairies that emit CO2 and methane. So a lot of projects already grab the methane from these waste streams. This process grabs both of the carbon sources. The methane passes through the bioreactor, the organisms grab onto the CO2, and they convert those to CH4. So by the time this gas comes out, you have 98% pure methane, renewable natural gas that can go right back into the natural gas network. Next slide, please. So the benefits, in my opinion, the top ones are enables higher penetrations of wind and solar. So if we're seeing curtailment or the shutting down of wind and solar because higher and higher penetrations, the electricity grid needs to be continually imbalanced. Well, this process can take that electricity and produce hydrogen. And as fueling markets grow for hydrogen, light duty, medium duty, heavy duty, there's also an opportunity to use this hydrogen to store energy for long durations in the existing natural gas pipeline. So in my opinion, the hydrogen production aspect enables higher penetrations of wind and solar, recycling CO2. I'm hoping most agree that's something would be beneficial. Decarbonizes the natural gas network by offsetting fossil natural gas. So the more renewable content in the natural gas network, less has to be brought up for underground. And it's a drop-in direct replacement, void of any material compatibility issues. RNG performs the same as fossil natural gas. And SoCalGas has led the way. And it's been my pleasure in working with Ron and his team at SoCalGas. And I'll tell you, over the past 15 years, I have not seen, and Nancy will agree, we have not seen the interest in any of the technologies we've worked on that we're seeing in RNG. So from Summit Utilities in Maine to National Grid in New York City, and a host of other, Portland General Electric comes to mind, all interested in this idea of recycling CO2 to methane to store renewable electricity, decarbonize the natural gas grid. And that's the end of my summary. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kevin. Much appreciated. That was great. And we will move right along here to our third and final voice from the lab. We have Ron Sneddick, the SVP of Corporate Development at the Gas Technology Institute. So Ron, we will unmute you and let me know when to change slides for you.
Very good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. GTI is a not-for-profit RD&D organization. We've been serving the energy sector since 1941. We have offices throughout the United States, and nearly a third of our 440-person workforce actually resides in California. Our clients, they include the government agencies, including the California Energy Commission, the energy industry, utilities, including Southern California Gas, and ultimately energy consumers. Our services span research, development, lab work, field work, education, training, and energy efficiency consulting and implementation. We literally have hundreds of ongoing projects at any moment. SoCalGas has been a very active and influential member and participant in GTI and our related programs for decades. Next slide, please. Much of the work that we do with utilities is through our collaborative organizations, Operations Technology Development and Utilization Technology Development. These two companies serve utilities who represent over 60 million homes and businesses in the US and Canada. SoCalGas was instrumental in forming both of those organizations, bringing together subject matter experts and the R&D funds to identify, select, fund, and oversee research projects. SoCalGas has governance and technical roles within both organizations, and they play a very important role as a thought leader among their peers in the national utility RD&D community. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that when a member of the SoCalGas team speaks, the national RD&D community listens to them their perspective is very important to us. Next slide, please. My final slide highlights the benefits of participating in collaborative R&D programs. Really what I want to point out here is the important fact that widespread utility participation results in a better product because they share unique market knowledge and domain expertise. In closing, Southern California Gas has been very effective and engaged partner in GTI in our collaborative programs. They're a thought leader, a partner, an advocate for the safe, reliable, affordable, and especially environmentally responsible energy delivery. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak today. Look forward to the questions.
Great, thank you, Ron. Much appreciated. And a big thank you very much to all of our guest speakers. Thank you, Joe, Kevin, and Ron. Always great to hear some voices from them. So moving on here, we will start off with the review of 2019. We'll start the section with a quote from the SoCalGas Rdnd 2019 annual report, which is available, and I believe it is in the download section of the GoToMeeting controls. In 2019, we partnered with research facilities, universities, national labs, and entrepreneurs to support more than 300 RD&D projects in California and beyond. Our investment helps these organizations develop innovative technologies that can lower GHG emissions, improve air quality, and increase the safety of our state's gas networks. That's a quote from Marion Brown, the president of SoCalGas. And now some 2019 highlights. In 2019, there was a little over $13 million spent, and the funding allocation can be seen here on the right. Low carbon resources received 39% of that funding, gas operations 27%, customer end use applications 14%, clean transportation 8%, and clean generation 6%. And 6% of that spending was on management and administration. The bar graph in the lower left shows the ratio of outside funding to SoCalGas funding. In 2019, for every customer dollar spent on a research project, SoCalGas RD&D brought in $5 of additional value from other funding sources, including other state or local agencies, federal agencies, other utilities, private investment dollars, or research consortia. Importantly, this significant leverage brings additional value to SoCalGas ratepayers. For some context here of what happened in 2019, we're going to go into some spotlight projects. And again, you have access to these slides, and we recommend that you download them, print them off, and review them as you would like to get a little bit more of the detail. Real quick too, on the bottom here, you see these logos. These will come in play in each of the spotlight projects. These are benefits logos. So starting from upper left and moving on there, we've got reducing GHG emissions, improving air quality, safety, reliability, and improving affordability and cost reduction. So each of these 5 benefits is being mapped into projects for 2019 in the annual report, at least for the spotlight projects. Okay, first spotlight project is a project titled Harnessing the Sun to Create Carbon Negative Fuel. This was a project whose team included a company called Genefuel, a company called Hyperlight Energy, and the California Energy Commission. The RD&D program supported the design, fabrication, installation, and operation of a small-scale waste-to-energy bioenergy system, integrating a hydrothermal processing system from Genefuel and a concentrated solar power technology developed by Hyperlight Energy. The key benefits were this project are reducing GHG emissions and improving air quality. Second spotlight project is out of the Clean Transportation Program area, and this is titled the nation's first low NOx medium duty engine compliant with HD OBD requirements. That stands for heavy duty onboard diagnostic requirements. The project team here was the University of California, Riverside, Cummins Westport Incorporated, and the California Energy Commission. And for this project, the RD&D program supported the design, development and demonstration of the first HD/OBD compliant low NOx natural gas engine for medium duty commercial transportation applications. And the benefits include reductions in GHG emissions, improved air quality through reduction in NOx, and cost reductions supporting commercial viability. Next, we have a spotlight project from the Clean Generation Program area. This is SoCalGas, UC Irvine, and a Microsoft team teamed up to integrate fuel cells for low emissions, reliable electricity at power-thirsty data centers. And as I mentioned, this included the University of California, Irvine, and Microsoft, along with SoCalGas. In 2019, the SoCalGas RD&D program, UC Irvine and Microsoft developed a greater understanding of how fuel cells could provide power to data centers and other critical infrastructure with sufficient reliability and resiliency. Benefits include reductions in GHG emissions and improved air quality through the incorporation of fuel cells in data centers, as well as improved reliability of such systems, which was the focus of the project. Next, the project out of the Customer End Use Applications Program area, SoCalGas and the Gas Technology Institute, GTI, developed breakthrough industrial drying technology. The team here was GTI, UTD, Wilson Engineering, and the California Energy Commission. In 2019, SoCalGas collaborated with those organizations to field demonstrate a new high-efficiency drying technology. And the benefits of this project included reductions in GHG emissions and improved air quality through reduced natural gas consumption for industrial drying, as well as cost reductions from a more efficient process. And finally, we have a spotlight out of the Gas Operations Program area, where the team developed a comprehensive data set and assessed dispersion model performance. This project involved the Pipeline Research Council International, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, the INGAA Foundation, and the American Petroleum Institute. And for this project, PRCI, in collaboration with SoCalGas and industry trade associations, evaluated the performance of Rdmd, a industry model looking at dispersion, to better understand model bias or inaccuracies. And the work here with EPA continues to review analyses and develop a path to improve the model discrepancies identified. Benefits include reductions in GHG emissions and improved air quality that may come from the improvement of exhaust plume air dispersion models. This project also has the potential to improve affordability as the models improve. As mentioned, please see the 2019 annual report for more detailed information about everything that happened in 2019, including a chance to read through the spotlight projects in more detail. I know we're kind of rushed for time here, so you may want to dig in a bit more in the annual report. Okay, moving into the next session here, we're going to look at status and changes for 2020. In 2020, the planned funding allocation is $15.8 million, and it's broken up as shown in the pie chart. Low carbon resources with 33%, gas operations with 22%, customer end use 13%, clean generation 10%, and clean transportation 12%. And there is a planned 10% towards program administration. Given that some project work will be impacted by COVID, and some of this allocation may be shifted to 2021. We will explain more later as part of the forward-looking RD&D plan, but starting in 2020, projects will begin to align around three major initiatives of hydrogen, GHG emissions reductions, and safety and reliability. A quarter of the way through the year, the Rdnd program already has some new and exciting projects started. Here are some examples. So out of low carbon resources, there's the hydrogen project looking at electrochemical hydrogen compression and purification. Out of gas operations, there's subsurface multi-utility asset location detection. Clean transportation is looking at a project with UC Riverside, and it's called Hydrogen Blended CNG Engine Emissions and Durability Test. Clean generation is working with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab on a project to look at metal-supported solid oxide fuel cell development. And the Customer End Use Applications Program is working with GTI to look at residential gas, heat pump, water heater, large-scale North America field demonstrations. A few notes on the COVID-19 pandemic through which we are all dealing with right now. COVID-19 continues to have an impact on several RD&D sponsored projects and collaborations, so we wanted to make sure you received an update on that. Funding for delayed projects will be retained with flexibility to shift it to next year as needed. The Rdnd team is working with project managers and collaborators to identify areas where COVID-19 impacted project schedules need to be adjusted. And the unprecedented events of COVID-19 and similar types of events can offer opportunities to conduct new research that improves system safety and reliability. So during this time, that will certainly be something that the Rdnd team is looking at, how to take lessons learned from this very unique situation and apply it to future research. Also new for 2020, the RD&D program is proposing updates to the subprogram structure underneath each of the program areas. The reason for this is threefold. First, the RD&D team wants to establish subprograms that have the breadth to encompass new research going forward. They also want to facilitate easier comparison between years by maintaining the same subprograms from year to year. And finally, they want to avoid future subprogram name changes or additions. We will be able to see these changes in the following table, which shows these modifications and the proposed changes. So I will go through each of these. Just a few acronyms of note here. On here you will see DG-CHP-micro-CHP, that is distributed generation, combined heat and power, and micro combined heat and power. And then IAQ means indoor air quality. So 4 of the 5 program areas have proposed subprogram changes. Gas ops will actually be maintaining the same subprograms. Everything from the previous subprograms can be mapped into the new subprograms. We'll start with low carbon resources. Here, the Rdnd team proposes 3 subprograms: renewable gas production, low carbon gas conversion, and low Ghg chemical processes. As I said, gas operations remains the same: environmental and safety, operations technology, system design and material, system inspection and monitoring. Clean transportation proposes 4 new subprograms: on-road, off-road, refueling stations, and onboard storage. Clean generation proposes 2, integration and controls and distributed generation. And then customer end use proposes 5, commercial food service, residential applications, commercial applications, industrial process heat, and advanced innovation. The proposed subprogram name changes are one of the major areas where the Rdnd team would really like your feedback. At the end of this section of the session, there will be time for Q&A. And as we say here, do the new subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future. We welcome your feedback. Another area where the Rdnd program would like your immediate feedback is on the best ways to incorporate environmental and social justice principles and benefits into their project selection process. The CPUC adopted an environmental and social justice action plan to serve as a roadmap to expand public inclusion in commission decision-making and improve services to targeted communities across California. It's important to note that the Rdnd program already considers equity and ESG in its program today, but it is considering formalizing this approach as an official part of the project selection process. Here are some examples of existing projects being funded by the Rdnd program located in disadvantaged communities. The projects here reduce GHG emissions, improve air quality, focus on affordability, and improve the reliability of service in these areas. Again, the Rdnd program has always participated in developed projects in DACs, but they are now looking at how to formalize it in their project selection criteria. So again, you can refer to this for more details in the workshop presentation here, but SoCalGas has been working in, for example, Raleigh, California, along the Kern County Highway 99 corridor, in Tulare, California, Mariposa, California, and Corona, California. Some specific areas we would like feedback regarding equity and ESG include: how can the Rdnd program best address the needs of disadvantaged communities? and how best can the RD&D program incorporate ESG principles and benefits into their selection process. Okay, moving on into the future here, the development of the RD&D plan for future RD&D. To build the RD&D plan, program staff start with the following 3 key factors, each of which guides priorities and focus. These 3 critical factors are regulatory and policy drivers, corporate policy and goals, and input from knowledgeable industry stakeholders like universities, national labs, consortia, public agencies, and businesses. As I mentioned, each of these factors is an input into the SoCalGas RD&D plan, forming the basis for research priorities. Let's take a look at each in turn. First, the following is a list of the regulations and policies that motivate RD&D priorities. Apologies for the fine print here, but please refer to the SoCalGas Rdnd program annual report for a closer look. Also, please note the equity section at the bottom, which I mentioned is a driver for SoCalGas Rdnd. Also, a particular note, California's Executive Order B5518 calls for a carbon neutral California economy by 2045. As a partner in the fight against climate change, the SoCalGas Rdnd team wants to help us get there together. And also of note, and as mentioned earlier, the CPUC ESG action plan is also a key driver for developing the Rdnd plan. The second factor motivating the Rdnd plan is the combined set of SoCalGas corporate policy and goals. Here you can see SoCalGas targets for the renewable fuels. SoCalGas has made a commitment to replace 20% of traditional natural gas supply with renewable fuels by 2030. This is significant given SoCalGas's 21 million customers and California's goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. SoCalGas also has 7 critical pathways that are set at the corporate level and that inform RD&D planning for the future. In particular, GHG emissions reduction, renewable natural gas, distributed energy, hydrogen, and carbon capture utilization have informed the 3 key Rdnd initiatives that are a result from the Rdnd planning process. And each of the Rdnd program areas consider these as part of their project selection process. Please refer to the 2019 annual report for more detail about the 7 critical pathways. A very important part of the Rdnd plan development process was stakeholder input. The SoCalGas Rdnd team reached out to the stakeholder community to elicit their opinions and get feedback on the Rdnd program, interviewing 20 people at over 10 organizations. We did this individual outreach effort to get us started, but it doesn't end here. This workshop is intended to continue the process for getting stakeholder input. In our conversations with stakeholders, there were common themes in their suggestions that we would like to highlight. Feedback is broken up into 2 categories, technology development, which you can see here, and program recommendations on the next slide. Some key takeaways here. So renewable and low carbon solutions. There was significant support for hydrogen being a major part of the Rdnd plan. And decarbonization was also mentioned often. And it was pointed out that this will require a multifaceted development approach, including carbon neutral operations, biogas from landfills, natural gas systems for hydrogen production, etc. Resiliency solutions, the stakeholder feedback pointed out that there is clearly significant support for prioritizing resiliency and storage solutions, which is driving a shift in clean generation to look at microgrids. For air pollution, many of the stakeholders mentioned emissions reduction as critical, and it remains a key driver for stationary and transportation-related Rdnd. Within safety and health, the hydrogen integration for appliances will be critical. This must be considered going forward for how to incorporate hydrogen. It's going to be vital to ensure that equipment behaves safely with hydrogen and hydrogen blends. As always, safety and health drives many gas operations priorities, including impacts of subsidence on project development. The second category of stakeholder feedback was program recommendations. The first piece was public communication. stakeholders asked for an increased amount of outreach and information provided by SoCalGas to help inform stakeholders and the public at large regarding the RD&D program. And the idea from stakeholders was also to try targeting national and international audiences, as well as local, state, and regional stakeholders. They also commented on policy considerations and suggest considering how to support disadvantaged and low-income communities throughout the Rdnd program. We've talked about equity, ESG, and disadvantaged communities several times already, so this is clearly something that we want your feedback on in order to implement in the best way possible going forward to improve on the existing efforts there. There's also strong support for Rdnd's increased emphasis on decarbonization. Some other input here, technology transfer. These efforts are paramount, getting technology out into the real world. This needs to be, to continue to be a major component of the Rdnd program and even expand it if possible. And as mentioned earlier, the fact that SoCalGas has a major user base and customer base, the Rdnd program should leverage this proximity to customers to speed deployment of new innovations. So given the regulatory and policy drivers, SoCalGas corporate policy and goals, and all the stakeholder feedback, how will these influence the Rdnd plan going forward? Well, the Rdnd team took a look at all the input and came up with 3 Rdnd initiatives to help guide project selection: hydrogen, GHG emissions reduction, and safety and reliability. We welcome you to read more about this in the presentation materials you have access to, but the 3 key Rdnd initiatives are hydrogen, GHG emissions reduction, and safety and reliability, as I just mentioned. And here is the proposed 2021 funding allocation. In 2021, we are proposing $16.2 million, broken up as you see here: low carbon resources 33%, gas operations 22%, clean transportation 12%, clean generation 10%, and customer end-use applications 13%, with 10% for program administration. Some specific areas we would like feedback are around the new subprogram names. Do the new subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future? And how can the Rdnd program best address the needs of disadvantaged communities? Are there areas of research that we've overlooked? Are there other groups we should be speaking with? And are there policy drivers that we should consider in our planning effort? With that, we will open it up to some question and answer.
Please raise your hand if you do have a verbal question.
Yeah, please, as noted, use the hand raising section as needed.
It looks like we have a question from Lori. If you could state your name and who you're with and ask your question, keep your question under a minute. Can you speak?
Is she unmuted?
Doesn't have a mute box. Lori, are you able to speak? All right, we might have to skip that one.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any other comments or questions? One comment we received was that we went a little bit quick through the last section there. Apologies for that. Trying to make time for questions and comments. Please do download and review the workshop presentation. And as we noted, you're more than welcome to submit questions up until May 1st. give a couple more minutes here for anybody who wants to offer verbal comments.
So John, maybe while we wait, I can try to address some of the written comments.
Sure, that'd be great.
So Ray Bennett asked, what percentage of SoCalGas is the $18 million contributed to R&D? I assume that you're asking what percentage of the total revenue requirement for the utility is dedicated to RD&D, and it's a very small fraction of the overall operations of the utility. I believe in the previous GRC we indicated it was less than 0.5%. And is this really enough? So this is a good opportunity for input. If you think there should be more funding dedicated to R&D, we would definitely appreciate that input. Question from Jonah Steinbeck on the differentiation between low carbon resources and clean generation. Low carbon resources is focused primarily on the supply of renewable gas, producing renewable natural gas and renewable hydrogen from various feedstocks and resources. Clean generation portfolio is focused on the production of electricity for our end use customers, and the development of technologies to do that more efficiently, cleanly, and also the development of microgrids to improve energy resiliency for our customers.
We do have one question. It's Renee Guild. I'll unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just trying to type out my questions, but my one question was, why did the budget share for the customer end use applications shrink in 2019 compared to 18, and it looks like it continues in 2020-21?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I will refer that to the RD&D program staff. Matt, I don't know if you have an answer ready to go, or if you'd like to wait to address that one later.
Let me take a look at it and we'll try to get an answer.
Okay, great. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and then I had another one. Where is the program-wide partnerships that were shown in 2018? Where did they go, such as memberships in GTI? And I also had a question for GTI when you get done with that one.
Yeah, sure. And Matt, again, I'd like to pass that one over to your team if you have some thoughts on that, or we can get back to it.
Well, on the program-wide partnerships, we had designated a segment for program-wide partnerships previously, but after review with the staff, determined that it would be better to assign all of those projects to specific project portfolios so that they would receive the due attention required, and that the program-wide partnerships designation was a fairly small portion of the budget and a small number of projects, and so it would be better from an overhead and project management standpoint to just assign those to individual portfolios.
And how much are your dues to GTI and UTD, I mean?
We participate with 2 research consortia that are administered by GTI, UTD and OTD, and those dues are set by the size of the utility member. I will follow up on the OTD, but UTD minimum dues are $350,000 a year. For
the
a utility
OTD,
our size.
For the OTD portion, you said?
That's for utilization technology development, UTD.
Yeah. And then just a question to Mr. Sneddick. Is he still on the line?
He is
on the
not,
call?
but we can take your
Okay.
question and see if we can address it later on.
Yeah, it was just to clarify the difference between research projects in GTI, UDT, UTD, and OTD. Forgive me, and just to get a better understanding of how those different memberships or different research initiatives function. I'm not clear on the differences between those three organizations.
Okay, great. Thank you for the question. We will note that one down and address it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. Okay, we have another minute for Matt, if you have any burning questions we can get to from your list, great. Otherwise, we can move on to the next session here.
So we have a note from Lori Tenhope to unmute her on her phone number. So let's see if we can do that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not seeing her phone number here, so we'll have to address that later.
Okay. And Lori, if you're on the webinar, you can use the questions box within the controls to ask a question there, if that's helpful. Andrew, I believe there's also the chat feature that can be used for sending comments if the questions box is not working. Is that correct?
Yeah, both of those should be on the right. So there's a different question box and a comment box, and those are available as well, just a reminder.
Great. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you everyone for the great questions and comments. Please do keep them coming. We will end each of these sessions with more time for questions and comments. And as I mentioned at the outset, this is a workshop, while in webinar form due to COVID, we really want this to be interactive and to get your feedback and comments. So, please feel free to send them our way and keep raising your hands and commenting. It's very helpful and appreciated. Okay, so for the next 15 or so minutes here before the next chance for questions and comments, we are going to begin the first of 5 deep dives into the RD&D program areas. Kicking things off, we will look at low carbon resources. And as a reminder, again, as I said, please keep in mind that there will be a time for questions and comments at the end, and we welcome your feedback. It is critical. I will try to go a little bit slower through these sections because there is a lot of dense content. But again, if you need to review this in more detail, please download the workshop presentation. The low carbon resources RD&D program area is focused on technical solutions that facilitate increasing and expanding the production of RNG, so renewable natural gas, and low cost, low carbon hydrogen to replace conventionally sourced gas. Some items of note here in terms of goals, this program area wants to increase the availability of RNG and hydrogen, wants to facilitate the adoption of decarbonization solutions in a cost-effective way, which is clearly critical for affordability. And they are interested in diversifying renewable gas production sources to encompass a broad variety of feedstocks and pathways. So, really looking to the scientific and technical community for input on, feedstocks and pathways here. We would like to start off with 4 examples of projects that are out of the low carbon resources program area, just for some helpful context. So the first project is called Methane Pyrolysis for Base-Grown Carbon Nanotubes and CO2-Free Hydrogen. This was a project with the U.S. Department of Energy, Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and West Virginia University. The project's objective is to develop and demonstrate the economic viability of a new methane pyrolysis process, which converts natural gas into carbon dioxide-free hydrogen and solid carbon byproducts. The second project here is actually with a startup called Opus 12. It's the Opus 12 methane conversion system, phase 2 of an SBIR, and SBIR stands for Small Business Innovation Research Grants. The first phase was focused on conceptual development, the second phase on prototype. So, this was a phase 2 project, which is why it's $1 million. The participants here were Pacific Gas and Electric, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the SBIR program managers, and again, the Department of Energy, who provided funds for the project. And this project aims to develop and optimize an electrocatalytic methanation process that can potentially be deployed at biomethane conditioning facilities to upgrade the high CO2 content of biogas that's exiting biodigesters and turning it into renewable methane. Next example project coming out of low carbon resources is STARS, Solar Microchannel Steam Methane Reformer Commercialization. This is a collaboration between the Department of Energy and Pacific Northwest National Lab and SoCalGas, obviously. The project advances the development and manufacturing of new, highly efficient and low-cost distributed hydrogen production technology using modular, combustion-free, solar-driven steam methane reforming technology. And of particular note here, they're looking at incorporating 3D printing, which is a new innovative technique for manufacturing. The fourth example project, which is more of highlighting a membership in an industry group here. The Low Carbon Resources team is taking place in the, working with the Joint Center for Artificial Photosynthesis, that's JCAP, and they have an industry advisor membership with that group. This is along with the other members of JCAP, DOE is a major collaborator here, and membership on the JCAP Industry Advisor Panel provides insights into sunlight-driven hydrogen production from water splitting, which has reached record conversion efficiencies. In 2020, SCG will fund a commercial pilot project, and this is expected to be continued into the following year. Okay, some notes on program structure. As we described in the first session, the subprograms under low carbon resources, proposed subprograms, and again, an area we'd love your feedback on and comments and questions and ideas. The three subprograms here for low carbon resources are renewable gas production, low carbon hydrogen production, and low GHG chemical processes. We're going to dig in a little bit of detail in each one of these. If we go too quickly through anything, please ask a question or make a comment or refer to the workshop materials. So, renewable gas production. This subprogram focuses on the safe, reliable, and cost-effective production of renewable and low-carbon gaseous fuels. As we keep mentioning, in particular, this means renewable natural gas and hydrogen. Areas of focus here, there's biomass processing and conversion, hydrogen production from renewable sources, which you heard some about from Kevin and NREL from their project, and methanation. And these contribute to reductions in GHG emissions in several ways, and also improving air quality. The idea here is to decarbonize the gas pipeline, reduce transportation fuel carbon intensity, and recycle carbon dioxide. And as always, for all these projects, the end goal is coming up with some sort of affordable solution that can be incorporated to the ratepayer benefit. A few unique elements of the renewable gas production subprogram. Methanation, both microbial and catalytic, is a key focus area. Hydrogen production via direct solar to water splitting is another area of focus within the renewable gas production subprogram, which is fairly unique and one of the focus areas of that subprogram. And then biomass processing and conversion. Of note too to mention before I leave the slide, That last, biomass processing and conversion, is looking at producing renewable methane from waste sources using emerging gasification technologies and other technologies that are looking at waste as a feedstock. Okay, the low carbon hydrogen production subprogram focuses on the production of low carbon hydrogen using various methane feedstocks. The focus areas are on looking at methane pyrolysis as well as advanced steam methane reforming technologies. From these focus areas, the low carbon hydrogen production subprogram is hoping to get out low carbon, low cost hydrogen production solutions. They want to consider both RNG and methane as feedstocks, so not just one of them. And they're looking to achieve process efficiencies and cost reductions for that affordability. Some unique elements of low carbon hydrogen production include a focus on methane pyrolysis. They're exploring multiple methane pyrolysis pathways and working with their partners to identify new projects to go after in this area. And they're also looking at low cost, low carbon distributed hydrogen production. SoCalGas is working closely with Jet Propulsion Laboratory and Pacific Northwest National Lab on 2 steam methane reforming projects with the potential to enhance the efficiency and compactness of the process. The hope is that this will greatly reduce its cost as well as its carbon footprint to align with all of the RD&D program goals. And the third of these subprograms within low carbon resources is low GHG chemical processes. These are technologies that can help minimize reliance on natural gas combustion, as well as technologies for the capture and conversion of GHG emissions into valuable chemicals. This includes the application of concentrated solar power technology, such as that Hyperlight project we mentioned earlier. So applying these to industrial processes like heat, looking at carbon capture and utilization, and carbon capture and sequestration. Of particular note here, CCU, so carbon capture and utilization, is being evaluated to manufacture concrete, solid carbon byproducts, liquid chemicals, and more. The unique elements here are really the areas of focus we mentioned on the previous slide: the carbon capture and utilization, carbon capture and sequestration, and concentrated solar power. The breadth across those 3 items is really unique within the low GHG chemical processes subprogram within low carbon resources, and those are all 3 areas of importance to the subprogram. Going into 2021, the proposed funding allocation across these 3 subprograms is shown here. As mentioned previously, the total budget for low carbon resources is about $5.3 million, or I guess 5.4 if you want to round it up. And then it's split across these subprograms: 44% towards renewable gas production, 31% towards low carbon hydrogen production, and 24% to low GHG chemical processes. That ends the summary of the low carbon resources program, which leaves us plenty of time for questions and comments. Some specific areas we would like feedback, and you'll see these repeated because we just want to make sure that these prompts are fresh in your minds as you come up with your questions and comments. But do subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each program, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future? Are there areas of research that we've overlooked? Is the funding allocated appropriately to further program goals and initiatives? And are there other groups we should be speaking with? Again, collaboration is so key for so many of the projects in the SoCalGas RD&D portfolio. If there's folks that they should be speaking with, please give us some names, some ideas, and help us improve the collaboration. So with that, we will open it up first to the folks who've raised their hands via the GoToMeeting chat function. And we will start collecting your questions and answer them as they come in. So Andrew, I don't know if anybody has their hand raised yet.
Hi, yeah, it looks like we'll go back to Renee. Just a second, I'll unmute you. Oh, she brought her hand down, so I think we're good there.
Okay. Can hear somebody typing, just FYI. Any other raised hands about low carbon resources program area?
Looks like we have a hand raised from Gary. Gary, if you could introduce yourself and where you're from and keep your question or comment to a minute. Go ahead. You're unmuted now, Gary. Are you able to ask your question?
You might, is he definitely unmuted or?
Yep.
Okay. And that was Gary, you said, Andrew?
Yeah, Gary Choquette.
Oh, I don't have my hand raised. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Well, if you do have any questions or comments, please feel free to submit them. Thanks, Gary. Okay, if things trickle in on the comment feature there, Matt, do you have any questions or comments that you'd like to address from your list?
So if we have a few minutes, there were a number of questions about GTI, UTD, and OTD.
Yes.
And I may call on somebody from GTI to address that.
Great.
Ron Sneddick, are you available to answer this question?
Yes, I'm here. Hey, Matt.
The question was to sort of differentiate between GTI, UTD, and OTD, if you could.
Okay, yeah, I'll be happy to, and thank you for the question. So GTI is a R&D performing laboratory, and it has the 440 employees across the enterprise, and actually does the research and development execution. OTD and UTD are membership organizations where we highly leverage the industry's investment in research and development and have them prioritize their needs and essentially select projects that are the highest value to them and to the consumers in their territory through that mechanism. GTI tends to be the performer along with universities and other R&D organizations that work for OTD and UTD. So oftentimes a project could be performed by GTI, but funded in part through OTD and say the California Energy Commission or Department of Transportation, PHMSA. So does that answer the question?
I think so. Let's see if we get a follow-up, but thanks for that.
Yeah, and please feel free to make a comment or raise your hand again if you'd like more detail or information on that.
And Ron, could you explain the dues structure for OTD and UTD?
Yes, Matt, I'd be happy to. The due structure for the organizations is based on the number of customers that the utility member serves. And in both cases, it's based at 50 cents per meter per year. So, relatively small amount of money per meter per year for the utility. And it has a maximum amount of dues for very large companies, which is $750,000 a year. So in the case of Southern California Gas being a large utility, that's the dues calculation stops at $750,000 per year. In UTD, which also is 50 cents per meter per year, the dues cap at $350,000 per year.
Great, thank you, Ron. Andrew, any raised hands?
Yeah, actually, it looks like Karen Soon, if you could state, get your name and where you're from, and I'll go on mute. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my name is Karen Sung, and I'm from the CPUC. Quick question, the pie charts explaining the funding to renewable natural gas and to low carbon hydrogen are very clear. Yeah, exactly. This that pie chart has a separation for hydrogen, but then the RNG section goes into a little bit of hydrogen. Can you explain why there's a combination of hydrogen studies in both of those sections?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, Matt, I assume that is one you're going to go to the team and get a better answer for, unless you have an answer now.
Let me work on it.
Yeah, thank you though, great question. Okay, any other hands raised? All right, we still have about 8 or 9 minutes before the official break begins, so please feel free to keep questions and comments coming. And I'll just mention while we have some airtime, while I assume everybody's thinking of some great questions and comments, to remind everybody that this is a workshop, so please feel free to send us ideas and questions and thoughts as they come up. We're very welcome to that, and we want to keep this open. It's tough with the webinar format, so we appreciate your enthusiasm and questions and comments.
So John, I'll try to address a question here from Judith. What outreach have you done to ESJ communities? We have engaged prior to this workshop with our regional public affairs team to identify a number of contacts within the DACs and ESJ community and invited them to the workshop. And as we noted in the presentation, we do have a number of projects that are located in or adjacent to DACs and typically support funding for projects through the Energy Commission with an emphasis on impacting DACs or benefiting DACs. But we would definitely appreciate any input on how best we could engage with environmental and social justice groups and disadvantaged communities. So during the workshop today or in written comments afterwards, that's something that we're definitely seeking guidance and advice on. And then I think I can address the question regarding hydrogen. Hydrogen under the renewable gas portfolio is specifically renewable hydrogen, whereas hydrogen under low carbon hydrogen is low carbon, but not necessarily from 100% renewable resource like solar or wind or RNG. So an example of hydrogen under the renewable gas portfolio would be water splitting and advanced innovative electrolysis. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. And as always, if there's any follow-up needed or any clarifications, please raise your hand again and or submit a comment question now or during the webinar or offline later. Andrew, I believe someone has a hand raised.
Yeah, it looks like Ron has his hand raised, so let him speak now. Go ahead, Ron.
I apologize. I actually didn't mean to have my hand raised.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
No problem, Ron. Thanks.
And I know we were having some difficulties with Lori, so maybe she doesn't have her hand raised, but I'll maybe just unmute her in case there is a question. Lori, do you have any questions? Looks like, Lori, you might have to speak through your other connection.
So Lori did submit her question through the questions box, and the question is there any research focus on climate impact or mitigation? How about storage, facility safety, and fugitive emissions? So I will work with the team and try to come up with a response.
Okay, great. Thank you for the question, Lori. And thank you, Matt. We'll come back to that one later. And just a couple reminders, we've got a few more minutes here, but some of the prompt areas, as Matt mentioned, we'd love feedback on the inclusion of DAC and ESJ communities going forward. And we would also love some feedback on the new subprogram names. And I'll read the page I put up earlier, specifically to the new subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future. So thoughts, questions, comments on that would be very welcome, as are all others. Okay, looks like we don't have any hands raised at the moment, and we're working on a few question answers. So we have 3 minutes before 11 Pacific.
I can read a few of these questions that we'll try to work on addressing, but just to share with the group.
Sure, thanks, Matt.
One question coming in, what is the desired scale of H2 production? Is it for centralized production or distributed generation and utilization? Another question, do you have workforce training for ESJ communities in your research area, and what outreach do you have towards tribes, particularly near your right of way? Is there an interest in technologies utilizing solid carbon? and then a question regarding a UCI project in 2018. So we will follow up on those and try to get answers.
Okay, great. And thank you for the questions and comments. Much appreciated. And as I noted earlier, and I will keep reminding everybody, at the end of the day, there's a 30-minute session dedicated to questions and comments. And we will use that time to get to as many of the questions as we can that we were unable to get to throughout the day. So with that, we can move into the planned break at 11 a.m. Pacific here. We will get going again at 11:15 a.m. with clean transportation, which will be followed by clean generation, and then lunch. And please note that each of those two discussions, the clean transportation and generation, will have time for Q&A after these slides are presented. Thank you, everybody. See you back here in 15 minutes. Okay, and we are back. It is 11:15. Give a few seconds for folks to get situated, and then we will get going here with clean transportation. Just a quick note to keep those questions and comments coming. Please keep in mind that your questions and comments will help shape the 2021 R&D plan. And everybody, if you would like to submit written questions and comments, you have until May 1st to do so. And you can send those to an email address, rddinfo@socalgas.com. That's rddinfo@socalgas.com. Okay, with that, we will start our discussion on the Clean Transportation Program area. Okay, the Clean Transportation Rdnd program focuses on minimizing environmental impacts related to the transportation sector through the development of low carbon fuels, zero and near zero emissions engines and vehicles, fueling infrastructure, and advanced onboard storage technologies. Go through some example projects here to give you the lay of the land a little bit. So the first is the South Coast Air Quality Management District in-use emission study. That is a project with SCA-QMD, as well as the California Energy Commission and CARB, the California Air Resources Board. The purpose of this project is to conduct in-use emissions testing, fuel usage profile characterization, and an impact assessment of current technology and alternative fuels on fuel consumption and in-use emissions from heavy-duty vehicles. The second project here is a project with GTI, who we've heard from a few times today, and this is the Compressed Natural Gas Smart Station Demonstration. Aside from GTI, UTD is also involved, as well as the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and the University of Texas at Austin. The goal of this project is to develop an advanced control algorithm to eliminate issues associated with underfilling and to apply it in a smart compressed natural gas station. Next example project, we have another South Coast collaboration. This is the Ford 7.3 Near Zero Emission Development Project. Aside from South Coast, this is a collaboration with Ford, clearly, and then also with Landy Renzo, the Agility Fuel Systems, and an organization called US GAIN. The purpose of this project is to develop and commercialize a compressed natural gas near zero emission variant of the Ford 7.3 liter compressed natural gas engine for medium duty trucks. Another collaboration with GTI is the Zanzef hydrogen fuel cell yard truck demonstration. Zanzef stands for Zero and Near Zero Emission Freight Facilities Project. The participants in this project include CARB, BAE, the Rev Group, H-Tech, Zen, Ballard, and the Port of Los Angeles. The objective of this project is to develop and deploy a hydrogen fuel cell yard truck fleet at the Port of Los Angeles. It's important to note this is a first of its kind project meant to demonstrate reliability, performance, durability, and affordability. Okay, so how are projects like that structured across the Clean Transportation Program area? Well, there are 4 sub-programs: on-road, off-road, refueling stations, and onboard storage. And we will get into each of them in turn. First up, the on-road sub-program targets emissions reductions from medium and heavy-duty on-road vehicles. The focus here is on on-road transportation technologies, clearly, that use natural gas, renewable natural gas, and hydrogen, which again is one of the major focus areas going forward. It's critical to do research in this area because medium and heavy-duty trucks contribute over 50% of total NOx emissions in the South Coast Air Basin. So this is an important area of research to reduce that. Some unique elements of the on-road sub-program include a focus on NOx and GHG emissions, so it's not just one or the other. The SoCalGas RD&D team really wants to focus holistically here on all types of emissions. And local collaboration with South Coast and with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District are also critical, as these organizations cover 2 regions classified as extreme non-attainment areas for the NAAQS ozone requirements. And as we've mentioned in the overview materials, customer relationships are key, and clean transportation on-road is no different here. SoCalGas works closely with their customers and with their fleets. SoCalGas has a large fleet to develop new technologies that address their challenges while improving air quality and reducing emissions. So another example of how a direct connection to customers is impacting the RD&D plan here. Next up is off-road, which targets emissions reductions from off-road vehicles. And off-road vehicles for the subprogram include rail, ocean-going vessels, commercial harbor craft, and cargo handling equipment as well. Basically anywhere that gaseous fuels can reduce emissions. And the focus areas here are on developing zero and near zero emission off-road transportation solutions that use natural gas, renewable natural gas, and hydrogen. So very similar to the on-road subprogram in that regard, but focused on the off-road segment here. And again, similarly to the on-road, this is a critical research area, since off-road mobile sources contribute over 30% of total NOx emissions in the South Coast Air Basin. Similar to the on-road subprogram, the off-road subprogram unique elements include this focus on NOx and GHG emissions, plus local collaborations with South Coast and San Joaquin Valley. Local knowledge and a national impact are unique to the off-road subprogram here. Southern California has the 2 largest US ports, that's the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach, that handle 30% of all US imports. So clearly, improvements here can benefit local air quality for communities, but they could also represent significant GHG reductions for the US, and they can also have an impact on other ports throughout the United States as well. The third subprogram, refueling stations. This subprogram targets development, demonstration, and deployment of technologies and systems that support refueling for alternative fuels, including compressed natural gas, renewable natural gas, and there's that hydrogen again. Within this subprogram, the focus is on solutions to both identify and manage concerns and issues arising from refueling of gaseous fuels. This is everything from storage to safety and standardization, and doing all of this while supporting the deployment of additional gaseous fuel refueling facilities. Some unique elements of the refueling station subprogram here is the first here is the support for new refueling station deployment. This subprogram actively supports the deployment of hydrogen, renewable natural gas, and compressed natural gas refueling stations across the Southern California region. On-road and off-road refueling, these link back somewhat to the first 2 subprogram areas. In this case, specific to how on-road and off-road are refueled and what those refueling stations look like, unique to those subprogram areas. And again, the experience of SoCalGas is critical. SoCalGas owns and operates a number of CNG fueling stations and understands the challenges associated with refueling vehicles with CNG. Okay, the fourth and final subprogram within the Clean Transportation Program area is onboard storage. Onboard storage targets the development, demonstration, and deployment of technologies and systems that improve onboard storage for gaseous transportation fuels. Areas of focus include advanced materials, low pressure systems, and conformable tanks for both CNG and hydrogen. Onboard storage, which requires compressed storage and or the use of advanced adsorption technologies, is a critical element needed for increased utilization of low carbon, low emission gaseous fuels. Some unique elements for onboard storage. another refrain you've heard many times and you'll continue to hear throughout the day here is industry collaboration. The onboard storage subprogram actively collaborates with end-use customers and manufacturers to understand needs, and this covers both compressed natural gas as well as hydrogen. And there will be more of an emphasis on hydrogen going forward for the 3 key research initiatives. Another key element of onboard storage is very clearly safety and standardization, and that is a major focus of the onboard storage subprogram. These critical components of commercialization of gaseous alternative fuel vehicles are often overlooked by other funding programs, where funding often targets demonstration, but may overlook long-term standardization. And given SoCalGas is a major utility, safety and reliability are critical to the organization, and it provides unique opportunity to include this in the RD&D program. Taking a look here at the 2021 proposed funding allocation, the total allocation to the Clean Transportation Program area is just shy of $2 million, and it is broken up as shown here in this pie chart. So 46% of the funding allocation is proposed to go to on-road RD&D, with 18% each going to off-road refueling stations and onboard storage. So concluding the Clean Transportation Program area, here are some specific areas we would like feedback. Now, these are the same as what you saw for low carbon resources, but as they apply to clean transportation. So, do the clean transportation subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future? Again, we're trying to stress test the subprogram names a bit and understand if they are accurate and if they seem future-proof. Are there any areas of research within clean transportation that we've overlooked? Is the funding allocation appropriate to further program goals and initiatives? And are there other groups we should be speaking with in the spirit of collaboration? As you saw, even just in those example projects and in some of the unique elements, there are many groups that the Clean Transportation Program area collaborates with, and they are always open to finding more and creating stronger connections. So with that, I will go to the team here and see if we have any hands raised. And if not, go to some of the questions and comments. So Andrew, any hands raised?
I don't see any hands raised, but if you do have a question, please raise your hand and we will unmute you.
Okay, it looks like no hands raised yet. Matt, do you and the team have some questions you'd like to read off or any answers you'd like to provide?
Yes, so we have a question from DOE Fuel Cell Technology Office that the FCTO is interested in hydrogen blending, and we have some questions for discussion. How does SoCalGas see hydrogen blending fitting in their roadmap relative to RNG? If considering blending, what % hydrogen has been tested, and have you experienced any issues with, for example, flashback or flame speed, and are some appliances more feasible for the near term than others? Has there been any work done on materials compatibility, and if so, what parameters are being studied? What materials are being considered for modernization efforts? These are all excellent questions, and we, as noted, one of our research initiatives is around hydrogen. It is cross-cutting across all 5 programs, so we do have projects studying the implementation of hydrogen blending, I think, in every program in the RD&D program. So I would encourage you to reach out to us directly, and we'd be happy to set up some time to discuss in detail.
Great, thanks, Matt. And yeah, thank you for the question from DOE. And please feel free to, if you have contact information for someone on the team, feel free to reach out. But we gave the rddinfo@SoCalGas.com email address for folks to reach out so we can see your questions and comments and respond. Thank you very much for your question.
And we have a question from Air Resources Board. Will future funding be allocated to hydrogen infrastructure? If so, can you say how much? With regards to hydrogen station funding. So I think part of the subprogram around refueling stations, we are very interested in looking at hydrogen infrastructure for refueling. And again, as far as hydrogen is concerned, we are looking at it across the entire program. So that includes delivery, on-site production, or distributed generation, or distributed production, storage, compression, and refueling.
Great, thank you. Any other new questions? Okay, and Matt, I don't know if you want to take the opportunity to respond to any of the previous questions and comments, or I'm sure some of them might be better suited in a written response of some kind once everything comes in, but we've got about 10 minutes or so before the next session begins.
Sure, I'll try to address a couple of things. One question was, what is the desired scale of hydrogen production? What is the desired scale of hydrogen production? Is it for centralized production or distributed generation and utilization? I think our focus is more towards distributed generation, advancing technologies in that space as they are less well developed than sort of traditional centralized hydrogen production technologies. So I hope that answers that question. Is there an interest in technologies utilizing solid carbon? So we are interested in technologies in that space, particularly when we're looking at methane pyrolysis to convert methane to a hydrogen and solid carbon, particularly high value solid carbon materials like carbon nanotubes. So that is an interest area under the Low Carbon Resources Program. So we have a question on, do you have workforce training for ESJ communities in research area? And I think it's an interesting question and goes to our request for input. Workforce training is, I think something that would be very valuable, but we do have to operate within the constraints of a research program. So I would be curious for input or comments as far as how could we design or implement workforce training in a way that would be compliant with our mandate to conduct research, development, and demonstration.
Yeah, great point. And to the asker, feel free to follow up on that, or provide comment, question, or your thoughts. Helping us solve some of these problems and come up with ideas is a major goal of this workshop. So thank you for the question.
We do have a hand raised by Renee Guild. I will unmute Renee, and if you want to go ahead, Renee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my
Sure.
goodness, that's refreshing. I tried to get in on the last one, but I couldn't. But let me see if I can. There was a project in 2018 that was interesting. It was it was under Marine and Rail, and I don't see it in the 2019 plan, and I don't know if it's in the 2020 yet, but it was developing a near zero emissions locomotive, and it was co-funded with VE Rail, South Coast Air Quality District, and others that put in almost $1 million, and then you put in $500,000. Has that gone forward, or what is going on with that?
That's a good question. I think that project did not continue, but I will follow up and get some details for you on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Renee. Anything else while you're on the mic here? No, all right. Well, as always, anybody who has any follow-up questions or comments, please feel free to ask them or send them to rddinfo@socalgas.com. Happy to reconsider questions and comments that you've sent in.
So we can address a couple more questions here. How much interest is there at SoCalGas for investment into a dedicated hydrogen distribution pipeline from a production source to a large end user? I think speaking for the Rdnd group, it's something that we are interested in investigating and understanding, but we would appreciate any input as far as opportunities to do a demonstration or to study such a pipeline, or guidance as far as what questions we would want to answer around dedicated hydrogen distribution pipelines. What are the hurdles associated with developing a pure hydrogen distribution system? And then I have a question: what type of hydrogen storage systems are you considering? Are you interested in technologies utilizing molecules such as ammonia? Our team is working on anhydrous ammonia. I don't believe that we are focused on that right now. We're looking at a lot of different technologies for storing hydrogen, and on the onboard storage, we're looking at absorbance along with compression. I know Department of Energy is very interested in ammonia as a fuel source, but we'd definitely be interested in your input as far as the value of using ammonia and as a hydrogen storage mechanism. So thank you for the comment.
Great question. Please feel free to follow up to rddinfo@socalgas.com if you'd like to connect on that further. Any others, Matt?
Not right now. I think we have a hand raised, though.
Okay. Andrew?
Renee, if you want to go ahead.
No, I was done with my previous question.
Okay. Sorry, maybe we.
Either that or it's very delayed. But anyway, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Renee.
We have another one from Vitaly, I believe. Vitaly, if you could ask your question and let us know where you're from. Vitaly, it looks like you may be self-muted. If you could check your settings.
Or if
your
you call the phone, check your mute setting on that as well, or let us know your number in the chat box.
Okay, that hand is down, so we'll maybe move on.
Okay.
Looks like Amy's hand is raised. Amy, I'll unmute you. Go ahead, Amy. Oh. Okay, hands down there, so we'll move on as well. Re-raise your hand if you did have something, please.
Yep, or please feel free to submit questions and comments in the chat, or the questions, or to the email address.
All right, and a couple more questions in through chat. Is there an interest in metal hydrides for reversible hydrogen storage? We would be interested in understanding what technologies are available in that space, particularly for this research program, the Clean Transportation Program, as far as its applicability for onboard fuel storage. And another question, have you interacted with Lawrence Livermore on quantum hydrogen storage in order to take advantage of para-ortho transitions? And so I will follow up with the team and see if we have interacted with them, but we'd definitely be interested in learning more about that technology. Thanks.
Okay, we've got about 4 minutes left. If anything comes in the next few minutes here, we can get it in before we start the next session. Okay, nothing so far, just a few programming notes. I'll keep making these reminders, because I know I'm sure some folks are kind of juggling a few things and going back to the webinar, but if you do have follow-up questions and comments, please ask them either through the chat feature or the question box, or as an email to rddinfo@socalgas.com. Please keep in mind that all of your feedback is very valuable, and now is the time to get it in, as it's helping to shape the 2021 R&D plan development process. Yeah, May 1st is the deadline for written questions to be submitted to rddinfo@socalgas.com. So thank you for your thoughtful questions and comments. Looking forward to hearing and reading all of them. Just a couple minutes left here. Matt, anything else come in, or Andrew?
I am not seeing any, but please raise your hand and we'll unmute you if you do have, anyone has any questions.
Okay, quick programming update here, going back to the agenda, just so everybody's aware, for those joining us, that the next session is going to start at 11:45 and go until 12:15 for the 45-minute lunch period. Quick note that the clean generation session, which is coming up next, is shorter than clean transportation, as there's only 2 sub-programs, so that may end a little bit early. But that just means that you all have more time to think of great questions and comments.
So I can follow up on Renee's question regarding VE Rail. That project that was initiated in 2018 was canceled due to some management changes at VE Rail. So they have changed their strategy, but I think this points to an issue that I would like to share with the group, is that we are very interested in looking at ways to decarbonize rail, but it's extremely challenging for a couple of technical issues and permitting issues regarding fuel storage, but also because the projects are very expensive. Building new locomotives is a pretty expensive prospect. And so we would be interested in identifying partners that we can work with and trying to identify additional co-funding to work on research around decarbonizing rail, and that would fall under the off-road subprogram.
Great, thank you for that, Matt. And Renee, we hope that answers your question. And if not, or if you have follow-on, please feel free to submit that or raise your hand again at the next break, the next Q&A break. Okay. Let's move into the next session here, looking at clean generation. The Clean Generation program has a focus on supporting the development and demonstration of high efficiency, low emissions, distributed generation systems for commercial, industrial, and residential markets. And the goals here are to reduce customer cost, which gets the affordability, which is something we keep talking about, improve energy reliability and resiliency, which is also aligned with the safety and reliability initiative, reduce emissions of distributed generation technologies, which aligns with the GHG reduction initiative, and this fourth goal of improving microgrid controls and integration, which gets at a lot of efficiency. The first of the four sort of example projects here for clean generation, to ground you a little bit in the type of work being done in this program area, is Blue Frontier fuel cell powered HVAC development. So this was a collaboration between SoCalGas and Blue Frontier, and the project investigates the integration of a fuel cell with Blue Frontier's enhanced liquid desiccant energy storage air conditioning system. This technology recovers and stores the waste heat from the fuel cell in order to provide on-demand cooling. The second example project here is a collaboration with UCI. It's the UCI integrated Sofc solar and storage system in zero net energy residential nanogrid. The purpose of this project is to design and analyze a residential nanogrid that integrates solid oxide fuel cells, CHP, PV solar, and energy storage, and dynamically operate the system in order to meet typical residential heating and power demands. Next example is UCI fuel flexible microturbine generator development, and this is a partnership with UC Irvine. This project demonstrates low emissions operation of a hydrogen tolerant microturbine based combined heat and power system. The project modifies a C60 microturbine to accept hydrogen blended fuel. And then there is the UTD CHP system with integrated particle thermal energy storage, which is a collaboration with the US Department of Energy, UTD, the Thermal Transfer Corporation, and PSRI. The objective of this project is to prove the ability of capturing and storing at least 50% of the thermal energy available in microturbine exhaust gas for on-demand use. So as I mentioned previously before we started this section, the Clean Generation program area has two sub-program areas. They are integration and controls and distributed generation. We will look at each in turn and get into a little bit more detail here. So the integration and controls sub-program develops and enhances technologies and control systems that integrate distributed generation resources and thermal loads. Focus areas within this sub-program include fuel cell supported microgrids, microgrids that work with fuel cells, and then advanced electric and thermal load management of combined heat power systems. And the focus here is on enabling low emissions DG, so distributed generation, and storage technologies to provide energy resilience and affordability to customers. So, that energy resilience and affordability get it to of the key initiatives. Unique elements addressed by the Integration and Controls subprogram include, and this gets back to one of the major initiatives here, this hydrogen and integration, which has been an important part of the planning for 2021. So the fact that Integration and Controls is looking at hydrogen integration and developing microgrid standards, safety elements, and integration procedures for hydrogen and other gaseous fuels. This is a unique component of this subprogram. And with other subprograms and research projects, there is a keen look at customer needs. Microgrids are typically custom implementations, and these require a strong understanding of the actual customer needs in any given implementation or project. So one advantage of the Integration and Controls subprogram and Clean Generation is that SoCalGas is able to provide those customer relationships to the RD&D team so they can start understanding what's needed for microgrid custom implementations and sort of understand the gaps and opportunities. The second subprogram in Clean Generation is distributed generation. And the objective here is to develop and enhance distributed generation technologies with some focus areas here looking at, for example, clean alternatives to diesel backup generators, which are fairly common. So, what are the clean alternatives to those? Modifying existing combined heat power systems to safely operate using hydrogen. Again, there's hydrogen. And utilizing waste heat to generate power as the third area of focus. It's worth noting that microgrids and the increasing availability of renewable natural gas and hydrogen offer new opportunities for the deployment of low emission and renewable fueled distributed generation technologies. So really applying these cleaner, newer alternatives for microgrid or for distributed generation technologies is the focus of this subprogram. Unique elements for distributed generation include low emissions backup generation, as we discussed a little bit previously, but here as backup generation becomes increasingly important in California, especially in terms of resilience, low emissions backup generation will help to ensure public health even during emergency operations, which, as we've seen time and again in the past few years, is more and more important. Similar to the last subprogram, hydrogen integration is a unique aspect of distributed generation subprogram. Here, the Rdnd team is developing distributed generation standards, safety elements, and integration procedures for hydrogen and other gaseous fuels. It's important to stay ahead in this area, clearly, as hydrogen becomes more of a focus going forward. And then, here again, local knowledge comes into play. As we mentioned previously, SoCalGas has the only 2 extreme non-attainment zones in the US in its service territory. And this requires generating solutions that meet specific air quality requirements. Okay, so Clean Generation 2021 proposed funding allocation. And again, there's only 2 subprograms, so this was a shorter session, but the total proposed funding allocation for Clean Generation in 2021 is just shy of $2 million, $1.9 million, and it is allocated 75% to distributed generation and 25% to integration and controls. We welcome your feedback and your comments on that breakdown and on the relative amount of funding for Clean Generation. And with that, we will move back into our question and comment and discussion section of the talk here. And just to jog your memories again, some specific areas we would like feedback include: does the Clean Generation subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future? So, specific to Clean Generation, do those 2 subprograms work? Do they encompass everything that we need to think about? And do they work in the future? Are they future-proofed? Are there areas of research that have been overlooked? Is the funding allocated appropriately to further program goals and initiatives? And are there other groups we should be speaking with? Again, collaboration is so key, and we've already heard several examples today from folks suggesting either introductions to their organization or ideas for other folks to speak with. So please keep those coming. It's very valuable and helpful. With that, Andrew, I don't know if anybody has raised their hands for clean generation here. I'll give you a chance to check that out.
I do not see any hands raised currently, but please do raise your hand and we will unmute you if you have a question. Oh, it looks like Wendell's hand is raised. Wendell, I'll unmute you, and if you want to go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I hope that one of the areas into which you focus with some, at least going forward, with distributed generation is the possibility of doing carbon capture for distributed generation systems. I think there's a big environmental lever here that I wonder if you've really focused on. It's kind of an odd thing, but here's what it is. Let's suppose, and I certainly hope this happens, you achieve the goal of 20% renewable gas being delivered by 2030. Well, if that gas is being used for distributed generation in a location that can also put on-site carbon capture, it's like having 40% renewable gas, because burning for any purpose or combusting renewable gas is carbon neutral. But if it's, but it's also carbon negative, because it's taking out of the carbon cycle a fuel that would otherwise be part of the global warming process. So I think there's real leverage in carbon capture when you're starting to decarbonize a gas system, as you are. And I realize that's a little ways down the road. You have to get to a point where there's a significant percentage of the gas mix that is decarbonized, but it's not just carbon neutral. Combusting that portion of the gas is actually carbon negative.
Great comment. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I will let the team take that down and see if we can pull together a response for you. Yeah, no, appreciate your perspective. Thank you very much.
Looks like there's another hand raised. Jack Brower, if you could ask your question and please state where you're from. Go ahead, Jack, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Jack Brower. I'm a professor at the University of California, Irvine, and Wendell is our Associate Chancellor for Sustainability at the same university, UC Irvine.
Convenient.
Well, I want to second Wendell's point about carbon capture, because I think associated with clean generation, carbon capture will be important for achieving our zero carbon ultimate goals. There's going to have to be some applications where carbon capture is absolutely included. And there is a technology, a particular technology that could be used well at the distributed scale, that is an electrochemical carbon capture technology. And that's the one that I wanted to add to Wendell's point. The second point I want to make, though, is associated with hydrogen, because and I'm not sure it fits in the clean generation part, because you already did have a lot of hydrogen topics in the clean generation part, and I want to second your including those in there, because I think that's going to be very important for clean generation in the future. But I don't know if hydrogen production slash hydrogen use in the pipelines would fit also under clean generation. Maybe it fits in a different category in your research program, but I want to make sure that you consider those aspects as well. Can we put hydrogen in large quantities into your system in addition to converting it in the clean generators?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great point, and those are both critical aspects to consider. And thank you also for looking at how those points might apply to the subprogram design and how the program areas are organized. Really appreciate that. And that's exactly the kind of feedback we're looking to get as we develop the 2021 R&D plan. So thank you so much. Thank you, UC Irvine. Matt, I don't know if you have any comments to that, or if you're just going to take some notes down and see if we can provide a comment later or a response.
No additional questions, but I'll just make a comment on carbon capture. So we do have work regarding carbon capture under the Low Carbon Resources Program. And then under the Clean Generation Program, we have been in discussions with some technology providers in the power generating space who are interested in implementing new carbon capture and utilization technologies. So it's something that we're interested in, we're looking into, but we are always on the lookout for new opportunities. So if you are familiar or you're aware of a technology provider, please do share it with the team. Thank you. Great, thanks, Matt. And as always, I'll keep reminding folks here, feel free to submit questions by May 1st to rddinfo@socalgas.com if you have any follow-up or if you have questions or comments. And clearly, please use the chat feature and the question feature if you want to send in follow-up to anything you've heard so far. Okay, Andrew, any hands raised, or Matt, any questions?
I did not see any hands raised, but please do raise your hand and we will unmute you if you do have a question.
Great, and we still have plenty of time left for any questions or comments about clean generation. So one question in, what is the smallest scale of carbon capture that you have considered? As I mentioned, we are looking at some distributed generation technologies with carbon capture. I would think those are probably at the kilowatt to multi-kilowatt scale, but we would be interested if there are other technologies at a smaller scale for carbon capture.
There is a hand raised once again from Jack. So Jack, if you have another question or follow-up, I'll go ahead and unmute you.
Yeah, so just wanted to comment on the specific areas where you'd like feedback.
Yep.
I think the subprogram names do accurately describe your goals. I wonder why you have only 1/4 of the funding going into the integration and control, and and 3/4 going into the distributed generation itself. Maybe that makes sense because of some programmatic reason, or maybe it's just how it happened. The second thing is that it seems like $2 million is a pretty small amount of funding, I would suggest, for these two categories. So just a couple of points there.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Those are great. I'll let Matt and the team respond if they have something specific to follow up with here.
Yeah, Jack, just regarding the allocation, the integration and controls is somewhat newer area of research for this program. So we are working to ramp up research efforts in this space. Also, our understanding, our assessment is that the integration and controls will likely be less expensive projects, since they'll be related mostly to software and control hardware relative to actual generating technologies, which tend to be more capital intensive. And so we've biased the funding allocation in that way.
Thanks, Matt.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you, Matt. I have another kind of very, maybe it's funny, comment associated with the what appears to me to be a nuclear symbol that is next to the clean generation on all the slides.
The hydrogen atom. Yeah.
It can't be a hydrogen atom because it has 3 electrons or something. I don't know what that is. Anyways.
A ballistic cloud. Who knows how many are in there?
And then I don't see the 2 protons. I only see one thing in the middle. I don't know what that is, but anyways.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Jack, we'll take that up with our branding department.
But good timing for a nice comment like that. Need a laugh. Okay, any other hands raised or questions and comments?
No additional questions on my end.
All right. Well, we can leave it open here for another 9 minutes or so. If anybody has any questions or comments, we'll be monitoring, and then we will start the lunch break at 12:15 Pacific. Okay, just some programming notes while we have some dead air here. Reminder that the lunch break starts at 12:15, and we will pick up back again at 1 o'clock with the customer end use applications session, which will be followed at 1:30 by gas operations. And then at 2 o'clock, we will start the wrap up session, which will include time for questions and answers and comments. So anything pressing or anything that you'd like to hold off until the end of the day, there will be plenty of time for that. And as always, we appreciate your questions and comments. They're helping to shape the 2021 research plan. Please feel free to send in written questions and comments up until May 1st using rddinfo@socalgas.com or submit them via the chat and question feature in the GoToMeeting control panel. Okay, Matt, not hearing any questions coming in. We can leave the line open here for 5 minutes, or we can start lunch early. Any preference from you and the team?
We have a few questions that I can read, and then we will try to follow up and address. But has prior funding and interaction with JCAP, or the Joint Center for Artificial Photosynthesis, enabled any advances in carbon capture within this space? And would you be interested in potentiostat advances? So we'll follow up with the team on those technologies.
Great.
With no additional questions, I think we are probably pretty safe to break for lunch.
Yeah, I agree. We will see everybody back here at 1 o'clock Pacific. And please enjoy your lunch. I'm looking forward to continuing this in a little bit. So we will break. Thanks, Matt and Andrew and everybody. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a nice lunch break there. We have another hour and a half or so of content, and then we will wrap up the 2020 workshop. So as a reminder, my name is John Meissner from a company called Momentum, and we have been asked by SoCalGas Rdnd to facilitate this workshop on their behalf. As we've discussed further, in case you just, as we discussed earlier, and if you just joined us, please submit questions and comments via the GoToWebinar control panel on the right of your screen. And each session will have time available for questions and comments. And at the end of the day, we have dedicated 30 minutes to any questions and comments that we could not get to during the main part of the webinar here. So with that, we will start the afternoon session. We have two remaining deep dives into program areas, the first of which is going to be customer end-use applications. And that will be followed by gas operations at 1:30. And then at 2 o'clock, we will begin the wrap-up, followed by the Q&A. So with that, let's get started. The customer end-use applications program focuses on developing end-use technologies, it's in the name there, that cost-effectively improve the efficiency and reduce the environmental impacts of gas-related end-use applications. And you'll see what that means in a bit here as we dive into the subprograms. Goal also is to support the development and the deployment of technologies that meet air emissions and energy efficiency goals, many of which we discussed earlier in the day. And then another major focus of customer end use is on increasing safety and performance while reducing cost. Safety and performance are both critical to customer end use, as these are devices that people use every day. And as always, affordability is a major driver of decisions within the RD&D team. We'll give a few example projects here to give everybody a bit of a sense for the kind of work being funded and worked on out of the customer end use program area. First, we have a project titled EAC Testing of Hydrogen Natural Gas Blends and the Impact on Appliances. And it's phase 2 of this project through NiSearch, which is the collaborator with SoCalGas on this project. And this project develops a tool that generates graphical depictions of performance characteristics for appliances with different gas supply composition data, with phase 2 of this project incorporating hydrogen and biogas data. Next up, we have a project from in collaboration with the California Energy Commission and GTI, and we heard from GTI earlier, but this is the GTI Gas Heat Pump Water Heating and Space Cooling in Restaurants Demonstration Project. In this project, GTI is conducting a field demonstration of an advanced pre-commercial gas heat pump for commercial hot water and space cooling as applied to 2 restaurants. So they focused on these 2 restaurants for this project to look at these advanced techniques. A third example within customer end use is the UTD high efficiency thermo vacuum commercial clothes dryer. And again, that's a phase 2 project, which involved UTD, obviously, and then Wilson Engineering Technology and Oak Ridge National Laboratory out in Tennessee. That's ORNL, one of the major national laboratories in the US. And then the objective of this project is to develop and test a prototype high efficiency natural gas fired thermo vacuum clothes dryer, or TVCD, and demonstrate the technical and economic benefits over state-of-the-art dryers. The last project example here in customer end use is the GTI and South Coast HE low NOx EcoZone burner, a demonstration at Kroger. And this project involved obviously the South Coast AQMD as well as Kroger, SoCalGas Energy Efficiency Group. And this project will demonstrate a high efficiency low NOx ribbon burner at a commercial baking facility located within an environmental justice area. Again, going back to the focus on equity and environmental and social justice throughout the program. And I'll make a plug again here. Any thoughts or comments on areas and ways that we can improve that are welcome. The goal of this project is to demonstrate at least a 25% NOx emission reduction, and at least a 10% energy savings. So customer end use applications has the most subprograms going forward, and they're broken up like this. So these are all the aspects of customer end use applications. There's commercial food service, residential appliances, commercial appliances, industrial process heat, and then new focus area here for advanced innovation. Diving into commercial food service first, the objective here is to develop and enhance technologies and advancements related to commercial food service, which includes restaurants, catering services, institutional kitchens, in particular, kitchens that primarily rely on fuel supplied by SoCalGas for cooking and water heating. So the R&D focuses primarily on these end uses to improve energy efficiency, increase safety, and reduce emissions, all of which are critical to the 3 key initiatives we've discussed throughout this presentation. Some unique elements here for commercial food service. First is emissions characterization. A lot of the focus here is on measuring the emissions from food service equipment and identifying opportunities for emissions reduction and prioritizing applications for R&D projects. Advanced next generation burners. There is a focus here on looking at developing and commercializing advanced burners that reduce pollutant emissions, minimize GHG emissions, and provide safer and more effective heating, which is crucial for commercial food service. The second subprogram is residential applications, and similar to the commercial applications with a residential slant here, the objective is to develop enhanced technologies and advancements related to gas-consuming appliances in residence, in people's homes. Which includes furnaces, hot water heaters, stoves, ovens, and dryers. Cost-effective decarbonization through extreme energy efficiency, coupled with integration of low-carbon fuels like hydrogen, can lead to some breakthroughs in this area, and will be a focus going forward. Some unique elements within the residential applications subprogram. As I mentioned a minute ago, this extreme energy efficiency improvements, identification, development, and commercialization of technologies that provide extreme efficiency improvement. For example, here, gas heat pumps with a coefficient of performance of greater than 1.2. As that the COP goes up, you're going to see lowered operating costs and higher efficiency. So, targeting metrics in the field are going to be important for the subprogram area. Hydrogen and Rng integration. Hydrogen, again, that's one of the 3 key initiatives. No different here. This is being brought into the customer end use program, looking at safe, efficient, effective technologies that will enable the use of hydrogen and renewable natural gas for residential appliances. Indoor air quality, very important for the devices being used in people's homes. It's important to identify, characterize, and address emission sources. And that includes building materials, synthetic fabrics, and insulations. And looping this back also to one of the advantages that SoCalGas has is that the large customer base, they're able to truly understand sort of all the devices and implications that might impact indoor air quality. All right, moving into commercial applications, the next subprogram. This subprogram is developing and enhancing technologies related to gas consumption and end uses in the commercial sector. Relevant applications include commercial HVAC, hot water service, and commercial laundry. Again, here, cost-effective decarbonization through extreme energy efficiency and coupled with integration of low-carbon fuels like hydrogen will make a big difference in reducing GHG emissions and meeting state and company goals. Some unique elements of the commercial application subprogram, the first being commercial building equipment. SoCalGas is uniquely positioned to make an impact with close contact to a wide array of commercial end users, as we've talked about before, with a huge customer base and sort of insights downstream and upstream of their system. The RD&D program is uniquely positioned to make an impact for commercial buildings. System integration. The scale of commercial systems allows for greater integration of applications. An example of this is water heating and space conditioning can be cost effectively coupled to reduce energy consumption for both. So these large commercial implementations provide a space to really innovate at the system level on these larger applications. Industrial process heat. This subprogram is looking to develop advanced heating technologies and systems for use in the industrial sector. So relevant applications in the industrial sector here would include food processing, textile drying, chemical processing, and other process heat needs. The industrial process heat end-use sector represents some of the largest users of gaseous fuels and the most difficult applications to decarbonize, which is important. This is a big challenge and an area where the program would love feedback on how to overcome these large industrial process heat challenges going forward. Some unique elements of the subprogram include a look at food processing. So $200 billion of annual economic activity in California are related to food processing. So cost-effective decarbonization may best be achieved through increased efficiency coupled with renewable fuels integration. This is a huge area to make an impact, and it's an area that SoCalGas Rdnd is taking a strong look at. Other process heating, so it doesn't fit in one of these categories, right? So we've got chemical refining, textile production, and industrial cleaning. These are also very difficult to decarbonize historically and today. Heat pump and other highly efficient technologies developed for the residential and commercial sector could be scaled to address these needs. And that's an important point because you will require scale to meet these industrial process heat demands. These are larger facilities with much higher demands. And the fifth and final of these subprograms for customer end use is a new subprogram, Advanced Innovation, which, like its name implies, is a subprogram that seeks to develop new technologies to increase energy efficiency and decrease emissions. And it's kind of broad there, but the idea is to really live it on the edge and understand what's new and advanced that they can bring into the subprogram and the rest of the customer end use program here. So some examples of hardware areas of focus as well as software areas of focus are given here. This subprogram looks at both. Under hardware, some areas of focus include building envelope improvements, phase change materials and advanced materials around phase change, heat recovery, thermal storage, and plenty of others. Software, smart appliances, smart buildings, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence. A lot of the trends in software seem to be towards big data and data science and trying to bring together disparate systems and understand them in a new and unique way, and that is certainly part of the software focus. Some unique elements here to consider that are being looked at by the Advanced Innovation subprogram. Advanced hardware technologies. So energy efficiency remains the least expensive GHG mitigation pathway. For example here, exploring phase change compounds embedded in building materials and advanced ductwork sealing products. Smart technologies, like gas meters, smart gas meters. These can transmit usage data through a mesh network that is extremely reliable, especially as new technologies come out for wireless data transfer. There could be a lot of work in this area. And additional research will investigate how to leverage the meter network and other communication systems to securely connect appliances to smart homes and thermostats for real-time optimization. The customer end use program area has a funding allocation, proposed funding allocation as shown here for 2021. The total amount of funding proposed for customer end use is a little over $2 million, and it's broken up as shown here, with commercial food service 20%, residential applications at 24%, commercial applications at 22%, industrial process heat at 17%, and advanced innovation at 17% as well. So as always, for these deep dives, we are now going to move into a question and comment session. And as always, again, we have some specific areas we would like feedback. These are the same questions as before, but for folks just joining us, I'll read them out to you here. So we really want to understand, any questions and comments are more than welcome. And here are a few in particular that have come up that SoCalGas would like some feedback on. So, the RD&D team wants to know if the subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram? Do they simultaneously provide flexibility to add new technologies in the future? Are there areas of research that have been overlooked? Is the funding allocated, as shown on the previous page, appropriately allocated to further program goals and initiatives? And then in the spirit of collaboration, which is a core aspect of the RD&D planning process, are there other groups that SoCalGas RD&D should be speaking with? We've had some great suggestions so far, and please keep them coming. So with that, I will turn to Andrew to see if we have any hands raised, and go from there. Andrew?
Thank you, John. I don't see any hands raised at the moment, but please do raise your hand if you have any questions or comments, and we'll unmute you. Oh, it looks like Wendell has your hand raised. Please remind us again where you're from, and you can ask your question. Go ahead, Wendell.
Can you hear me first of all?
We
Yes.
sure can.
Okay, you can?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Wendell Brossi. I'm the Associate Chancellor for Sustainability at the University of California, Irvine. There's one area of research which isn't exactly technical, but I think it's very important to success in that I believe, even though I've seen your goal stated many times this morning of keeping it affordable as you continue to decarbonize gas, that's a laudable goal, but the truth is, decarbonized energy, whether it's electricity or gas in California, is going to cost more in real dollar terms than today. And the best way to help customers pay for that is, as you've sort of implied, energy efficiency. If you can cut the amount you use, then that will actually level out the increased increment of decarbonization costs that we'll see in 2030 or 2045, whenever. Now, the problem that I think needs to be researched, though, is it's not one about molecules or electrons. It is how to provide assistance to do energy retrofits to under-resourced communities, because all those programs fail to reach people of limited means. And the reason they do is because they're all designed for homeowners, and those folks are renters. And that's a huge disconnect. And it's been a disconnect that I know has affected the electric utilities too, in actually being able to allocate actually cap and trade money that was intended to assist low-income groups do energy efficiency. That needs to be studied by someone other than an electrical engineer or a chemical engineer. It's more of a social science problem and a policy issue. But I think it's a really important area of research, because you want the support of all people, whether they're high income or low income, and you also want to make it equitable for under-resourced communities to not have to bear an disproportionate share of costs because they can't actually do energy efficiency. They need to have an incentive. So this program needs to be fixed.
Thank you, Wendell. That's a really, really interesting point. And yeah, I appreciate that. Matt and team, I don't know if you have any comments at this moment, or you want a few minutes to come back with something?
No response. I just want to say thank you for the comment, and we will consider it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Great. It looks like we have another hand raised. Renee, I'm not sure if I'm able to unmute you though.
Is there a couple different dial-ins or a phone number plus a web or something?
It looks like it's asking you to enter your PIN. And I don't see another number. So Renee, I don't know if you have a pin that you could enter or if you can ask the question via the question box. Does anyone else have a question?
Yeah, please feel free to raise your hand or submit things via the question box. While we have a minute here, as I've done for the previous sessions, for any folks who've dialed in, joining us this afternoon, please keep in mind that questions and comments are vital. You know, a big part of the workshop here is helping shape the 2021 R&D plan. So feedback is critical and welcome. And please submit us your questions and comments now via the GoToWebinar control panel, or you have until May 1st to send an email to rddinfo@SoCalGas.com. So please do send us questions and comments to that email address between now and May 1st. And if you have any follow-up questions, raise your hand or ask them through the chat panel. Matt, I don't know if any questions have come in through the chat box.
Sure, I can address a couple. So one question, hydrogen and Rng integration is specifically called out for the residential and commercial end use applications, but not for commercial food service. Is it just assumed that hydrogen and Rng integration will all be applied to the commercial food service program? And the answer is yes. Hydrogen and Rng integration are important. Hydrogen is one of our key initiatives, so that covers many of our research areas. It wasn't identified as a priority for commercial food service because we're looking more along the lines of energy efficiency and emissions characterization, as less work has been done in that space to date. But any of our work to design new burners will certainly include incorporating hydrogen as a blend fuel. Another question, is the water sector, particularly downstream biosolids processing, a group that should be considered as a customer end user, or does it fall into another group like industrial? So customer end use is the broader research area for all of our customers that use gaseous fuels for their processes. So I would say, yes, you're a customer end user and you do fall into the industrial space, given probably the large heating load you need for biosolids drying. You'd be considered an industrial thermal application or process heat application.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Matt. And if there's any follow-up or questions that came up as a result of those comments and answers, please feel free to submit follow-ons or further comment if you would like to. Andrew, how are we looking on hand raising?
No additional hands raised that I see at the moment.
All right. One quick note of something that that was asked was just for folks who haven't looked at the appendix yet, if you've downloaded the workshop presentation, there is a few slides. There's an appendix with a few slides showing acronyms that are commonly used, as well as listing out some of the collaborators and a little more detail around a few things from the rest of the presentation. So if you haven't seen that or gone to the appendix, you might want to check that out.
So just a couple more questions from Renee, who unfortunately we can't seem to unmute. In view of the $20 billion in food processing, consider increasing your percentage devoted to this space for funding. Thank you for that note. That's really valuable input. Also, is carbon capture and reuse at processing facilities included in this program? We could, I believe, we could consider carbon capture in this space. Low carbon resources tends to take the lead on those types of technologies, but we are monitoring a company called Clean O2, which is a Canadian company, and Fortis BC is testing some of their equipment, and that's a small commercial boiler with a carbon capture system connected, and I think that would fall under the customer end use applications program were we to try to develop a project around that. But we're waiting to see the feasibility based on Fortis's efforts. Another question, how do you determine the performance metrics efficiency gain for your R&D projects? Is it based on the efficiency needed to be cost effective? Primarily, we are on the lookout and trying to develop new technologies with increased energy efficiency, and we refer to extreme energy efficiency increases. So we consider those non-incremental. So looking for, pretty significant changes in energy efficiency, and then one component of the research around all of those technologies is achieving cost effectiveness for that. And then a question, can you share any updates or outcomes of the EAC testing of hydrogen natural gas blend impact on appliances project? We'll follow up with you. There's been a lot of work around hydrogen blending for end use applications, but I believe there's some information available from NiSearch on that. We'll follow up on that. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks, Matt. We have about 2 or 3 minutes left in the customer end use program area. Any questions or comments, please feel free. And after this, we will get into gas operations. Thank you to everybody for hanging in there. I know these long webinar format presentations can be trying, so we appreciate everyone's attention and focus, and especially your participation, your questions and comments. Please keep them coming. We're in the home stretch here, so we can start moving on here to the 5th and final program area, which is gas operations. Okay, so quick overview and goals for the gas operations program area. Gas ops Rdnd works across the SoCalGas distribution, transmission, and storage system, leveraging new technologies and advances on existing systems and processes to do a bunch of things here. Certainly improve gas safety and system integrity, improve or enhance system reliability, advance system design and materials, increase operational efficiencies and effectiveness, and reduce system emissions. Clearly, gas operations touches most parts of the system, so it's vital to understand everything going on in that space and develop a robust RD&D program around it. So we will get in here to some of these example projects. The first project, as an example of the type of RD&D gas operations is focused on, is the INSAR monitoring of pipeline geohazards in vegetated and very large non-vegetated areas. This is a collaboration with PRCI members, and the project demonstrates the recent advances in INSAR, which is radar satellite imagery. And these advances, and this project will develop guidelines for how INSAR can be utilized to monitor pipeline networks for geohazards over large geographic areas, which is a challenging problem. Next.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Sorry to jump in, but it looks like the slides are not advancing on the webinar.
Oh. How about now?
That looks better, but maybe you could go back a few slides and cover them briefly again.
Yeah, thank you. That was weird. Yeah, good. Here we go. So back for the overview and goals. Almost made it without a hitch through the last program area here. So, okay, thanks everybody. Sorry for the confusion there. The Rdnd program for gas operations, as I mentioned, has these goals here listed out in the bullets: improving gas safety and system integrity, improving or enhancing system reliability, advancing system design and materials, increasing operational efficiencies and effectiveness, and reducing system emissions. So back into the example projects, the first was the INSAR monitoring of pipeline geohazards in vegetated and very large non-vegetated areas. That's a project with PRCI, and it demonstrates the recent advances in radar satellite imagery, and will develop guidelines for how INSAR can be utilized to monitor pipeline networks for geohazards over large geographic areas. The second example project is automation of the Explorer series of robotic platforms. This includes a phase 1, a phase 2, and a phase 2A, and it's a project with NiSearch and Cngvp. This project will reduce the operational complexity associated with deployment of the Explorer for internal inspection of pipelines, while increasing its overall inspection capability by automating its operation and control. The third example project is subsurface multi-utility asset location detection. This is a collaboration with OTD and DOT, which includes the PHMSA division of DOT and others. The project's goal is to demonstrate an on-pipe electronic marking system using radio frequency markers, so RFID, along with a high accuracy GPS system to improve the accuracy of locating PE pipe. Next project here, the fourth example, is Fault Displacement Hazard Initiative. That's a project with UCLA. So aside from UCLA, this is a collaboration with PG&E as well as Caltrans and others. And this project will develop a robust and reliable model that will accommodate both vintage and new data sets. And this will focus on forecasting the distribution and magnitude of displacements from surface rupture in order to support risk analysis. Gas operations has 4 subprograms shown here. So there is the environmental and safety subprogram, there's operations technology, system design and materials, as well as system inspection and monitoring. Diving into environmental and safety here, this targets improved management of operations and facilities to support environmental compliance and safety targets, including current and anticipated future requirements. And this is broken up here between environmental and safety to give you a sense for the types of work going on in each of those categories. So for environmental, looking at sensitive habitats and congested operating environments, as well as site restoration, combustion emissions, criteria pollutants, vented and fugitive natural gas emissions as well. And then under safety, which again is one of our major parts of our 3 key initiatives here, looking at pipeline safety issues related to customer, public, and worker safety. And this includes pipeline locate and mark, damage prevention, and automatic shutoff technologies. Some unique elements of environmental and safety include its location within the RD&D program alongside other research projects, which has a unique advantage to SoCalGas. So what that really means is, along with the other 4 program areas, the environmental and safety subprogram is able to really understand the environmental and safety implications of the other research going on and how those other research areas may need a environmental and safety analysis or further investigation as they become closer to commercial operations. And then also it's important to note that ENS accelerates deployment of new technologies by screening and testing them and adapting them as necessary to meet SoCalGas environmental safety requirements and regulations. Next up, we have the Operations Technology Subprogram, which is seeking to advance and develop techniques for pipeline construction, operation, maintenance, rehabilitation, and testing of gas pipelines and systems that facilitate the continued safe and reliable service. This includes some new procedures and devices. So there's instruments, measurements, methodologies, and related activities. And it's important to note here critically, these are technologies that SoCalGas employees use every day to keep the SoCalGas pipeline system online, safe, and operating optimally. Safety and reliability are critical. SoCalGas has a lot of employees, so their safety is paramount. Some unique elements here of operations technology. Unlike state and federal RD&D programs, the operations technology subprogram directly targets operational needs of SoCalGas as a utility. We've talked about this several times before, but the SoCalGas Rdnd program is in a very unique position in that it has access to upstream and downstream stakeholders, customers, vendors, suppliers, all of it. So that provides a really unique aspect of looking at operations technology. And a couple sub notes here. Early adoption of the most advanced pipeline operations technology is enabled by this deep connection with existing customers. And the operations subprogram supports safety, resiliency, optimized operation, and regulatory. The next subprogram in our gas operations is system design and materials. This includes engineering, development, and design of the SoCalGas natural gas system and associated materials. Its research needs continue to evolve, and this is mostly driven by pipeline safety requirements, new materials, and new system solutions. So, here's sort of a quick overview of each of those three. Looking at this first, a transition to RNG and hydrogen. These gases may affect legacy and new pipeline systems and their materials, which will require research to understand those interactions. A focus on high-strength pipeline materials is also critical here. New materials require modeling, as well as infrastructure evaluations and other research to help minimize incidents. And then, a hard look at physical disruption RD&D. Physical disruptions include, research around planning for earthquakes, subsidence, and other physical disruptions to the system and future systems that may be coming out of other RD&D within the SoCalGas RD&D program. Some unique elements here include these three system variables, which are unique to the gas operations program area. They have to consider seismic threats and geohazards and address the unique materials concerns for Southern California. Understanding the seismic activity and the composition of the land and the geography is critical here. And this subprogram is exploring new and existing materials and systems. The machinery threats. There are unique Southern California threats to underground equipment, from heavy loads, mechanical threats, excavation disturbances, etc. So these threats to machinery must be considered when looking at system design and materials across all of gas operations. And then finally, we have here legacy infrastructure. So it's critical to look at the ongoing maintenance, improvement, and interconnection with contemporary materials and systems impacting the SoCalGas system. So, that's the connection of legacy infrastructure with more contemporary materials and systems, and what the impact of that might be on the overall SoCalGas system. System inspection and monitoring. This subprogram leverages sensors and data science, big data is one way to describe it, to monitor, analyze, and inspect SoCalGas systems to prevent and/or more rapidly respond to system issues. So technology solutions here help manage, maintain, and monitor the condition of pipelines. And here's on the left are some examples of the types of data science and big data projects and technologies that are under consideration by the gas operations team. We've mentioned some of these earlier as well, but artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, and related data and analysis projects. As we move towards a world here where we have access to much more data and techniques for exploring it and analyzing it are improving, it's going to be critical to look at how this can improve system inspection and monitoring and how it might impact overall gas operations. And it's important to note that these efforts help SoCalGas respond proactively to events and changes in conditions, not just reacting once things happen. Some unique elements and considerations for system inspection and monitoring. The first here is subsidence and managing subsidence, particularly in the Central Valley. It's a considerable challenge with respect to SoCalGas pipelines, and it requires unique RD&D to address. For environmental challenges, climate change, sea level rise, increased incidence of wildfires, mudslides, all these things we keep hearing about in the news the past few years, and other environmental challenges all must be weathered by SoCalGas's system. And this requires area-specific RD&D to stay on top of and to plan for the future. Big data, talked about it a minute ago, but this subprogram, this area within the system inspection and monitoring subprogram uniquely leverages extensive data available to SoCalGas to better understand environmental and geohazard challenges, as well as generated operations and safety challenges. And I will reiterate this, the big data component here, again, not only does SoCalGas have access to millions of customers, vendors, suppliers, and this whole supply chain, but they have all the data associated with that as well. So it's a unique value provided by the gas operations program area. They have all this data and they can do a lot of interesting things with it with modern data science approaches. So how does gas operations divide its funding across its subprograms? Well, in 2021, it's proposed to allocate $3.5 million or thereabouts to the gas operations program area. And of this $3.5 million, 24% will go towards the environmental and safety subprogram, 6% will go to operations technology, 38% will go to system design and materials, and 33% will go to system inspection and monitoring. So that concludes the gas operations program area overview, and we will now move into our question and comment period. For those who are just joining us, and apologies to those who've heard this spiel several times, but if any folks just joined us to hear about gas operations, we value your feedback, and while we will take comments and feedback, certainly from anything you want to present to us or send to us or ask from us, we do have a handful of prompts here for specific areas we would love some feedback in, and these include: do the subprogram names accurately describe the goal and purpose of each subprogram, while also providing flexibility to add new technologies in the future? Are there areas of research that we've overlooked? Please let us know. Is the funding allocated as presented appropriately allocated to further program goals and initiatives? And then also, in the spirit of collaboration, happy to keep bringing this up. Are there other groups we should be speaking with? That's going to be very important for the SoCalGas RD&D team as they continue to learn from stakeholders and develop relationships with collaborators. So with that, I will open it up now and ask Andrew if anybody has their hands raised.
Thanks, John. I don't see any hands raised at the moment. If you do have a verbal question you'd like to ask, please raise your hand and we will unmute you.
Okay, looks like no hands up as of yet. I can't tell.
Sorry, Looks like I did miss one.
Okay.
We'll go to Renee. I believe your audio should be working now and you're unmuted if you want to go ahead and make sure to state where you're from.
Yes, I called back in. I had to start over with the whole process. I'm Renee Guild with the CPUC. I have a question regarding the increase in the projects in the gas operations section. In the 2018 program, it was around less than 50, and now it's up to over 150 in the 2019 program. And I don't know if you continue that number of projects in the 2020 program because I haven't seen it yet. So just that's a general question as to why the increase in the number of projects. And then secondly, can you identify as a subprogram which projects are specifically related to the Rdnd that you're doing in methane abatement and methane leak abatement, specifically in the categories as a subcategory of your projects? That's it.
That's great. Thank you, Renee. 2 questions, and I think, Matt, did you capture both of those?
Yes, let me work with the team and try to get back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Renee, and
Thank you.
glad the hand raising and unmuting worked this time. Thank you for your patience.
So Renee, this is Karen McInnes. I'm in the gas operations team, and I'm going to answer the first of your questions, which is regarding the number of projects reported in 2018 versus 2019. We have always had more projects. We changed the methodology between the 2 years. Previously, we reported a selection of projects that were underway. In the 2019 report, we included every project that was active in 2019. So that's why there's the difference in the numbers.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Karen.
And this is Ed Newton, also managing the gas operations program. In regard to your question about which category where we would slot the emissions projects, and that would be in the environmental and safety subprogram.
Great, thanks, Ed. And as always, Renee, if you have any follow-up questions or just other items to discuss, please feel free. We still have some time here for question and comment. And thank you for your questions.
This is Karen, and it looks like there was a written question that was submitted regarding blending RNG with natural gas. And I'm not going to read the entire question. We'll put that into our question notes, but the end of it is will be a fuel quality issue on this, but I'm suggesting that some research projects to enable this approach, and just wanted to respond to that. Yes, we agree with that, and we do have many projects that are underway to address the potential impacts on our infrastructure.
Great, thank you, Karen. Any other questions or comments from the attendees? I'll take this chance to remind folks maybe who haven't been on until this gas operations program area. If you have follow-up questions and comments, please ask. Everything you're providing is helping to shape the research plan for 2021. And also a reminder that written question and comments will be accepted until May 1st, and please submit all of these questions and comments to an email address, rddinfo@socalgas.com. Again, please submit written questions and comments by May 1st to rddinfo@socalgas.com. Quick check on the schedule here. We have until 2 o'clock for any remaining questions about gas operations. So that's 10 minutes. I don't know, Matt or Andrew, if anything else has come in.
No, I don't see any additional verbal questions or hands raised.
It looks like Jack has raised his hand. I'm not sure how to unmute him.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I did raise my hand. I appreciate that. This is Jack Brower from the University of California, Irvine. I'm not sure it fits under gas operations, but I think the storage facilities. I think we should consider the storage facilities one of the most important assets of Southern California Gas's future resources. And what I mean by that is that, you know, energy storage is going to become even more important in the era of high renewable use on the electric grid. And I think that there is a very important need to study the use of renewable gases in these storage facilities. I'm in particular interested in renewable hydrogen. There could be other gases that would be considered.
Great, thanks, Jack.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Jack. This is Ed Newton. We do have a number of projects going on related to injection of other gases into our storage fields. But that's a great comment, and we'll take that under advisement.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Appreciate the comment, Jack. We have about 7 or 8 minutes left. Any other questions or comments from the attendees? Matt, I don't know if no other questions come in regarding gas ops specifically. I don't know if you have any other questions you have queued up. Maybe we could start addressing now. We can obviously hold off till the Q&A session at the end, but we still have about 7 minutes in this session.
Sure, I can address a question in the last session. The question was, will your hydrogen used in appliances be testing in actual appliances? If so, what are some of the ones that you are focusing on? And I think there's been a large body of research produced around different appliances and pieces of end-use equipment. There's been recent work by the UC Irvine in conjunction with the Energy Commission on different appliances for cooking. We've done testing at the Engineering Analysis Center on a number of appliances, range tops and water heaters, etc. So there's a lot of work out there. I guess I would pose this question back to the group for anyone interested in this research space. Are there significant gaps in the research around hydrogen blending for appliances that need to be addressed? Is there a particular type of appliance? Do we need to do a broader range of pieces of equipment within an appliance class? Those kinds of questions are really valuable for guiding our future research in the space. And that's all I've got.
Great, thanks, Matt. Okay, we have about 4 minutes or so left for any more questions or comments, gas operations or otherwise.
We can go back for one previous question on the water sector regarding biosolids processing. I wanted to make a comment that for something like drying, that may be a customer end use applications technology, but if you're looking at projects around converting biosolids into high value materials or renewable gases, that would fall squarely within the low carbon resources mandate. So depending on what the processing of the biosolids is will determine what area. And if you'd like to reach out to connect on opportunities to do research in that space, please do so by email. Thanks.
Okay, great. And just a reminder that email address to reach out is rddinfo@socalgas.com. Thank you, Matt. So while we have a few minutes here before the final session, just a quick check of the agenda. So at 2 o'clock, we'll start the final session, which will be a very brief wrap up, just to kind of go through what's been discussed through the day, is maybe as a way to jog the thinking of folks who might want to ask some questions. And then we will follow that by a 30-minute Q&A for anything we haven't gotten to yet today or any new questions and comments.
John, we have a hand raised by Jonas Steinbuck.
Oh, great. Thank you, Karen. Andrew, do you mind unmuting?
Go ahead, Jonah. Looks like you're unmuted if you want to ask your question, and please state where you're from. Jonah, you're unmuted now, but we're not able to hear you if you're talking.
Jonah, for some reason your audio is not working. Please feel free to submit your question in the chat box or the question box or via email, or please raise your hand again and we can try it during the Q&A session later. Okay, just a couple minutes left here in gas ops.
So we have one question coming in written. What is the highest hydrogen concentration getting tested for appliances? I think most of the research we've seen has tested a pretty broad range up to nearly 100% hydrogen. A lot of performance issues once you pass the 40 or 50%, and then you start to see issues with ignition or startup versus steady state operations. So a little bit more focus on lower end hydrogen concentrations for most of the research that I've seen, between 0 and say 30 or 40%. But again, the question that we'd be seeking guidance on is what are the appropriate blend rates that we should be investigating, or is there a gap in the knowledge base regarding which hydrogen concentrations would be suitable for appliance operation? Thanks.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for the question. Okay, that gets us right to 2 o'clock. So thank you to all the participants and attendees and the Rdnd team and everybody here for making it through what's been a very productive and informative workshop via webinar here. So thank you. We have one session to go for wrap up. So briefly, before we get to the final Q&A, as a refresher here, the objectives and structure of the workshop are shown again here. So the objectives were to provide results from 2019, give an update on 2020, and to seek input for 2021. And the areas that we covered within each of these were a look at the RD&D overview and structure, and 2019 in review. That was part of the providing results from 2019. And then we looked at status and changes for 2020. That was the update on 2020. And then the bulk of the day we've spent seeking input for 2021, and this included a look at the Rdnd plan development process and motivations therein. And then we did a bit of a deep dive into each of the 5 program areas. So that was low carbon resources, clean transportation, clean generation, customer end use, and gas operations. As a reminder, this is everything we've covered in the agenda. So we had 3 full sections, and we covered all of the objectives and topic areas shown on the previous page. So with that, we have 30 minutes remaining on the schedule for any last thoughts, comments, questions, answers. As always, please submit things via the chat feature, questions, comments, etc. And just a few reminders on meeting notes here. I've mentioned most of these throughout the day, but the remaining workshop time will be used for addressing questions and comments. As I just said, please submit your questions in the GoToMeeting questions box. Due to time constraints, questions and comments will be limited to 1 minute, and we'll see how much flexibility we have depending on how much time we have left here. And then participants will have until Friday, May 1st to submit their written questions and comments to rddinfo@socalgas.com. That's rddinfo@socalgas.com. So thank you very much for your patience and attendance. And with that, we will turn it over to the last session of questions and comments here. Here are some of the areas we would like feedback. Most of these should look familiar as we've discussed some of them throughout the day, but just to read them off here, things we're interested in hearing from this community. Are there other organizations engaged in gas research and development that we should be speaking with? Are there areas of research or new technologies? We've talked about a lot of those today. There are some that we've overlooked or areas that could be pivoted into. Are there any new legislative or policy priorities that should be considered in the planning process? And then finally, in what ways should SoCalGas Rdnd conduct additional outreach and education with organizations engaged in gas research and development and or the general public? And I should also note on top of that, we're seeking feedback regarding how to improve the way that the Rdnd program incorporates disadvantaged communities and other ESG stakeholder groups into their planning process. So with that, I will open it up to the attendees. Please raise your hands or submit questions and comments via the chat feature. Thank you. Andrew, are you seeing any hands raised?
I'm not seeing any hands raised at the moment. Please do raise your hand if you have a question or comment, and we will unmute you.
Virginia Liu has a question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, we can hear you.
Oh, great. So my name is Virginia Liu, and I'm with the California Energy Commission, and we just want to make some general comments. And so we have partnered with Southern California Gas on several of our projects that were highlighted this morning, such as Hyperlight, Cummins Westport, and with GTI, and many others, such as for both residential and commercial applications, as well as industrial processing, and on the transportation side with the gas engines. And so CEC also funds projects that don't appear to be part of the Southern California Gas portfolio, and providing a complement to utility efforts, including studies such as fugitive emissions, climate science, and impact on natural gas infrastructure. To address the question this morning on addressing equity and environmental justice, the CEC wants to underscore the importance of this goal. Equity in the drive to even cleaner energy delivery and a low carbon economy. We are focused on this goal as well. And the CEC would offer two resources for your consideration. The first is the CEC's Empower platform. And so this is a new database that we started last November, and it's a way how both end users as well as researchers and financiers and others can kind of link up together. And it's a resource to the state's clean energy research programs, researchers, community organizations, and funding opportunities, both in the form of grants or venture investors. And so any attendees to this workshop are invited to visit that platform and add your profile and share organization needs or funding available for projects. And so it's a great resource for, if you have a site that wants to be demonstrated and somebody has a technology, it's an opportunity to link up. And recently, the CEC revised its grants selection criteria to address benefits to underserved communities. And this criteria was developed with input from environmental justice organizations. So,
great, thank you, Virginia. That's fantastic feedback, and thank you for the comments. And I'm familiar with the Empower web platform, and so great job there. And thank you for your participation, and it's great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Matt and team, I don't know if you have any other comments or thoughts there for Virginia?
Thank you. That input is really important. SoCalGas Research Development and Demonstration is an organization listed on the Empowered Innovation website. So I would just second Virginia's comment that anybody on this workshop, please feel free to reach out to us through that platform, and you're definitely encouraged to participate. As I think she would agree, one challenge around research projects is building the appropriate team and making those connections. And so any platform that we can use to facilitate connecting with sites for demonstrations or technology providers or developers, we're very interested in connecting with those folks. So thank you.
It looks like we do have a hand raised from Renee. Renee, I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll make it quick. Thank you. I was interested to hear how many participants we have today on the workshop, as well as whether there are any environmental justice representatives on the call.
Yeah, great question. I've seen the number of attendees ranging up to 180 or so, and then down to it's about 112 here at the very end of the day, but it's been hovering around 150 to 160, same as most of the day. I haven't had visibility into the attendees. Matt and team, do you have any sense for that?
It's a little bit difficult to tell in real time right now because I just have names, but we should be able to do some analysis after the workshop. But I would say we could invite anyone from environmental and social justice communities or disadvantaged communities to raise your hand and identify yourself. We'd definitely like to know that you're here and potentially connect in the future.
And just to follow up, can you still hear me?
Yes.
I just wondered, are you going to list the names and the organizations that participated on the summary of this workshop when you publish it? Or the registrants, I believe, we were all asked to register.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'll turn to Matt for the answer there in terms of what's allowed. If it's just organization names, something like that, maybe. But Matt, you know the policy.
I think we'll reach out to staff for some guidance as to what information to provide publicly, what's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But thank you, Renee, and appreciate your participation. It's been really helpful. Thank you so much.
Well, finally you got to get unmuted.
I know.
Thanks a lot.
That darn GoToWebinar control panel.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, those are a great way to start off the last session here. Any other questions coming in or folks with hands raised? We've got about 20 minutes or so.
This is Karen, and just we had a written question or a comment rather, is that we do have a participant who lives in an EJ community who will be submitting the comments through email.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Thanks, Karen.
And we have a written question regarding reaching out to the Disadvantaged Community Advisory Group. We did not reach out to the advisory group. We did connect with disadvantaged community representatives through our regional public affairs team and identified a list of invitees in order to reach out to disadvantaged communities.
Okay. If anybody else has any more questions and comments, please submit them or raise your hand. We've got some time left. Any thoughts on the overall Rdnd program structure or 2019 or changes for 2020 or any of the program areas? Please feel free to raise them now.
So I did receive a note already regarding the length of the workshop being too long.
Okay.
So I'm definitely interested in soliciting the group for input on this. We have a lot of information to cover. We have a fairly large program. We want it to be informative. We strike the right balance between providing detail without overwhelming everyone with the many projects that we have active. So I'd be very interested in input as to how we can structure the workshop differently in the future in order to make it more accessible to different folks and that sort of thing. I appreciate that there was a lot of information and we have been on this webinar for a long time today. So definitely any advice or guidance or suggestions on how to structure it would be appreciated.
Great. Yeah, that's really helpful feedback. And it's probably, exacerbated by it being, limited to everybody being virtual on the webinar instead of folks in person as well for a more classic kind of workshop style event. So great comment.
It looks like we do have a hand raise from Wendell. If you could once again remind us where you're from, and I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Yes, Wendell Browsey, Associate Chancellor for Sustainability, University of California, Irvine. Reflecting on all of the sessions today that I heard, I was very impressed with the fact that you sound like an organization that's walking the talk. That's really important to us in higher education, because in higher education, especially in universities that are doing a lot of climate research, we don't think there's a lot of time to be wasted with battles about which technology is better than another, whether it's more important to decarbonize the gas grid or the electric grid. We actually think to decarbonize California and do it in a way that provides leadership to the entire planet, it's really necessary to figure out where the synergies are between decarbonizing uses that will probably continue to be electric powered and those which are better to be powered by piped gas utilities. And the benefits, the co-benefits of synergy between these two grids is really important. And I think the tenor that I heard today was one of collaboration, and it wasn't about trying to declare a winner or a loser. It's about how do we get to the final solution that will work for the state of California and the sustainability of the planet. I just think the whole tenor today was very positive, and I have noticed already by having heard recently some CEOs of major utilities, including the largest utility in Michigan. I've heard some of the very same language there that I started hearing from Southern California Gas about 2 years ago. And I can't help but believe that your leadership is having an impact that goes way beyond California. And I think that's wonderful to see. So I praise you for the overall tenor of collaboration that you set today.
Great. Well, thank you for the comment. And that was reflected by the RD&D team here, Matt and team. Thank you, Wendell. It's been great having you on, and we appreciate all the productive feedback and thoughts and comments. And Matt, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, I don't think I could add anything to that. So thank you very much for the input, Wendell.
Yeah, Wendell, this is Ed Newton. Thank you very much for that input. And I think the work through the collaborative programs in GTI and NYSERC and PRCI also helps to get the word out across the nation and in North America in particular. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. And also thanks, Wendell, for keeping your energy level up through the entire day here. That's much appreciated as well. Okay, any other hands raised or questions coming in?
So we have a written question. How has new project development impacted the economic development of communities that your company provides services to? And so I would ask for maybe a little clarification on this, but just in general, we are funding research to develop new technologies that will have broad benefit for all of our customers. Whether through decarbonizing the supply or increasing efficiency and safety of the system or reducing emissions or cost, increasing performance of end-use equipment. So we try to identify those, and if you review the annual report, the project summaries, we try to identify specific benefits to our customers that each project was designed to deliver. And I think this kind of goes to the question around equity and disadvantaged communities is how best can the RD&D program address those needs. We hope that all of the technologies that we're helping to develop and commercialize will provide benefit to all of our customers, and improving things like air quality, and reducing costs would have a significant impact or improvement particularly for disadvantaged or low-income communities. But we're certainly interested in input in other ways that we could help benefit those communities and achieve the equity goals that we've talked about today.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any other comments, questions, hands raised?
We had a written comment come in that I believe Ed is going to respond to.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we had a question that said, how can you accelerate construction and maintenance projects, including pipeline integrity? So I will take that as a suggestion as to where we might do some work. Of course, the work and the projects that we do does have that as a consideration. For example, our pipeline internal inspection program, where we're developing additional capabilities to make the processes more efficient and faster. But in general, that we'll take that comment under consideration for future work. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the question, and thank you, Ed. Quick time check for the programming here. It's about 2:21 and we have till 2:35. So we've got a little bit of time left for any remaining questions, comments, or raised hands. Okay, while we're waiting for folks to come in with their final comments here, just another note that you folks will have until May 1st, Friday, May 1st, to submit questions in writing to rddinfo@socalgas.com. Please do send them via that email address. It would be much appreciated. Okay, Matt and team, if there's no other questions coming in, we can hang on the line here for a bit longer and see if anything else comes in.
I guess with the few minutes left, I will just make the comment that I want to thank everybody who joined the workshop today, and to say that this is just the start of a conversation, I hope, with many of you. I think there were a lot of really good questions here, and we'd really like to connect the members of our team with the stakeholders, particularly in this specific technology areas, in order to increase our network and our connections, so we can identify the next set of really interesting and beneficial research projects out there. So the RDD info email address is a general mailbox for the program. So feel free to reach out to it at any time if you want to try to identify the right person to connect with, and we will try to make that connection. But again, I'm hoping that this is just the beginning of a conversation with the community, with the broader natural gas research and development community. And it's something that we're very, very interested in continuing over time. I don't want to treat this like Christmas, where you see your cousin once a year. Let's stay in touch all year long.
Well said, Matt. Thanks for that. Great way to end, I think, the day here on that note, since so much of this has been around getting feedback from the whole stakeholder group. So great, yeah, and I know that the team is looking forward to folks submitting your questions. So rddinfo@socalgas.com. Please submit questions by May 1st. And as Matt said, that doesn't need to be the end of the conversation. So thanks, everybody. Matt, I'm okay to stick around for a little longer. We got another 9 minutes or so. I don't know if you just want to kind of play out the clock here or give a few minutes and end early.
Just one question regarding draft 2020 Rdnd proposed program. I don't think we have anything more detailed than what's in the current presentation, but Renee would be happy to talk to you about additional information to provide.
Okay, great. Give a few more minutes here. Not sure if Jeopardy music would be good or bad right now, but any last questions or comments would be great.
We might ask for a clarification from Renee. Were you looking for year 2020 or 2021 or both?
Hi, here we go. I'm talking to myself. Was really looking just for more detail as to what projects are in these various categories beyond what you described already. So 2020 would be a nice start.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we can follow up with a discussion on that.
Great.
Okay, just a few minutes left in the time here. So now is the time for anybody who'd like to put in your last questions and comments. And thank you to everybody for hanging in there and sticking with us throughout the day.
Just real quick, we have a comment from Kevin. I'm not sure how to say your last name, Skoy, and he just thanks very much for the informative workshop.
Great. You're welcome, Kevin. Thank you for the comment. It's like we still have about 70 folks on the line still. Just waiting for those last comments and questions. Okay, that brings us to 2:30. We technically have till 2:35. Matt and team, how are you feeling about sticking around?
I think we can ring the school bell now and let everybody out. It's a beautiful day. Stretch your legs, get some sunshine, fresh air.
Socially distant fresh air, yes. Thank you, that sounds great. Good idea. Okay, well with that, thank you everybody. Thank you to the attendees, to the Momentum team, to the SoCalGas Rdnd team, and everybody who helped pull this together. Really appreciate all the effort, and it's been a pleasure facilitating this webinar today and this workshop. And yeah, thanks for your attendance. And Matt, I can sign off.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.